Who's there from YCP? YCP, where am I? CDAC, Mumbai. Who's there from CDAC, Mumbai?
Sir, Sweta ma'am is there.
Shweta, are you here? Can you start the recording, please?
Yes, sir. Already started.
Very good. So, yesterday we talked about order by clause. And what else did we do? We saw some of the special operators. We saw how to use the like operator, between operator, in operator, any operator. And we talked about rollback and commit. And we did a bit of transaction processing. Correct me if I'm wrong. Any questions on any of this, students? Any doubts? Anirudh, did you try out rollback commit? I can't hear you.
Not yet, sir. Today we will do.
Today you'll practice.
Yeah, first assignment I completed.
That customer table wala.
उसमें सर वो एक आपने जो दिया था जिसमें 15-16 क्वेश्चन एक ही चीज पे वो किया
फर्स्ट असाइनमेंट था वो
ठीक है. So I'll continue from this point. Let's hurry up here. Yesterday, we only have 4-hour session. Start writing, please. Start writing. See what I'm doing. ये पॉपअप क्या आ रहा है? वेटिंग. Look here. I'm saying insert, insert, insert. I'm inserting 3 rows. After inserting 3 rows, see what I'm doing. I'm issuing a save point. Save point ABC. Then I'm saying update, update. And then I issue another save point. I will say save point PQR. And then I'm saying delete. Delete, delete. Understand what's happening here. Anirudh, keep writing simultaneously. Yeah? I have a large transaction. Couple of inserts are there. Couple of updates are there. Couple of deletes are there. See what I've done? I have issued the save points at regular intervals. A save point is not going to save anything. It's just a point within my work. It's a flag. It's like a milestone. Now, at the end of all my work, if I want to save the changes, I'll have to issue a commit, and everyone knows what commit will do. Commit will save all of the DML changes. Commit will save all the DML changes since the last committed state. Fair enough. That's what commit does. The opposite of commit, commit, I can say rollback. What happens when I say rollback here? When I issue a rollback, by default, it's a full rollback. It will roll back all the changes since the last committed state. But then here, I have the flexibility. I can always say rollback to PQR. If I say rollback to PQR, it will roll back from here up to this save point PQR. You understand? These two delete statements have been rolled back. These two update statements, these three insert statements are pending. It's up to me whether I want to commit them afterwards, or else I can roll back that also. You understand? So within a transaction, you can issue the save points at regular intervals, and you can always roll back to a save point. Am I clear? A save point is a point within my work. Yesterday we saw that transaction is a unit of work. Well, save point is a subunit of transaction. A save point is similar to a bookmark. A save point is similar to a bookmark. So what I'm saying is, within a transaction, you can issue the save points. You can issue the save points at regular intervals. And what you can do is, you can roll back to a save point. You can roll back to a save. Please write everything. Anirudh, Rishi. We have a new student, Anuradha Patil from Kharghar. Hi Anuradha, pleased to meet you.
Hello, sir.
Hey Wasim, what's up?
Hello, sir.
Good to see everyone. I was missing you yesterday, Wasim. Did everyone understand what is concept of save point? You can roll back to a save point. Any questions? क्या यार आप लोग कुछ पूछते ही नहीं.
सर ये कमिट और सेव पॉइंट मतलब सेम ही पर्पस सर्व करेगा ना?
No. Have a look at the whiteboard. Here I have a large transaction. I'm saying insert, insert, insert. I'm inserting 3 rows. After inserting 3 rows, I issue a save point. A save point is just like a bookmark, is just like a milestone. A save point is not going to save anything. It is simply a point within my work. Then I update something and I issue another save point PQR. And then I delete something. I have a large transaction here. As I said, a save point is not going to save anything. It is simply a bookmark. It is simply a point within my work. Now, after all my work is over, if I want to save all these changes, I will say commit. What will commit do? Commit will save everything since the last committed state. Opposite of commit, I can say rollback. What will rollback do? By default, it's going to be a full rollback. What will rollback do? Rollback will undo all the changes since the last committed state. But when it comes to rollback, here I have the flexibility. I can roll back to a save point. So here if I say roll back to PQR, it will undo these 2 delete statements, but these 2 update statements will remain. These 3 insert statements will remain. I will have to commit them afterwards. Is it clear now?
Got it, sir. Thank you.
Or if you want, you can roll back this also afterwards. The update को भी roll back कर दो, the insert को भी roll back कर दो. So save point is simply a point within your work. It is a subunit of transaction. A save point is not going to save anything. So yesterday when I was telling you, if I have a large transaction, suppose the customer has purchased 100 products. If customer has purchased 100 products, this is one order. Agreed. If customer has purchased 100 products, this is one order. Am I going to generate 100 bills for this? Absolutely not. I'm going to insert 100 rows. Then I'll issue a commit. Then I will save the changes. And then I will generate the bill. Now the point is, I'm inserting 100 rows. Let us assume I've inserted 90 rows. After inserting 90 rows, suppose I make a typing mistake. Suppose I make a data error. At this point, if I say rollback, by default, it's going to be a full rollback. It will roll back everything. And I have to redo all my work again from start again. So rather than doing that, what I can do is, as an intelligent person, I can issue the save point at regular intervals. Let us say every 2-3 rows, I issue a save point. After every 2-3 rows, I issue a save point, so that after inserting 90 rows, if I make a typing mistake, all I need to do is I can roll back to the previous save point, redo my 2-3 insert statements, and give a single commit at the end for the entire transaction. You understood? It's like a save and proceed, save and proceed. It's not going to save, mind you. It's like a shopping cart. You know, if you have done online shopping, it's like a shopping cart. When you put an item in the shopping cart, does it mean you have placed the order? No. You have to check out. Na? That's when you place the order. Or you can empty the shopping cart and cancel it. Yes, Sagar?
Good afternoon, sir.
Hmm.
Sir, can we roll back between 2 save points?
I'm coming to that. So now that this much is clear, when I say rollback work to PQR, keep writing. Very good question, Sagar. When I say rollback work to PQR, I can say rollback work to PQR or I can say rollback to PQR. Okay? You know the story, na? Work in ANSA SQL. Work is optional. MySQL and Oracle. Work is optional in MySQL and Oracle. And since it is optional, I prefer not to use this term. Welcome, Aditya. Now, listen. Yes, Kaustubh. Like control Z till last save point. Aditya is saying after commit you can't roll back. That's right, Aditya, you can't.
So, can we commit to a particular save point?
Very good question. Who's this?
Devi, sir.
Hey, Devi.
Hi.
You cannot commit to a save. Commit will always commit everything
Okay, sir.
till the last committed state. Likho. You cannot commit to a save point. That's important. You cannot commit to a save point. Commit will save all the DML changes since the last committed state. It will save all the DML changes since the last committed state. Now, let's understand what Sagar was talking about. Look here. See what I'm doing? I'm saying roll back to PQR. When I say roll back to PQR, it will roll back from here up till the save point PQR. These two deletes have been rolled back. These two updates, these three inserts, they are pending. They'll have to be committed later, or you can roll back them also later. Now, instead of, मैं क्या बोल रहा हूं? Instead of rolling back to PQR, suppose I say roll back to ABC. If I say roll back to ABC, it will roll back from here up to the save point ABC. So not only will these two deletes be rolled back, but these two updates will also be rolled back. These three insert statements will remain. It's up to me if I want to commit them afterwards or roll back this also afterwards. And lastly, over here, if I give a full rollback, what's going to happen? If I give a full rollback, it's going to roll back everything since the last committed state. फिर तो सवाल ही नहीं उठता, मगर प्रश्नच नहीं. I don't want to save anything. My point is, Sagar, look at me. Sagar, you can only roll back sequentially. You can only roll back sequentially.
Yes.
I cannot say roll back between ABC and PQR. क्या समझे? It's not a go-to statement. You know, go-to statement, I cannot jump from here to there to here. That's not possible. You can only roll back sequentially. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Sir, save point can only alphabet or number be.
Coming to that,
Okay.
you can only roll back sequentially. This is a bit structured है, ऐसे नहीं है जावा की तरह कि इधर से उधर इधर से फंक्शन कॉल किया, वैसे नहीं होता है. टॉप टू बॉटम, बॉटम टू टॉप. You can only roll back sequentially. And let me tell you some more stuff. Tell me one thing, students. एक बात बताओ यार. Tell me one thing. If I say roll back to ABC, huh? देखो गौर से. If I say roll back to ABC, it will roll back from here up till the save point ABC. These two deletes are rolled back. These two updates are rolled back. Tell me one thing, students. If I roll back to ABC, does the save point PQR exist anymore?
No, sir. No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir. sir.
So when you roll back, the intermediate save points are automatically cleared. Adle madle, the intermediate save points are automatically cleared. Or suppose I give a full rollback. Forget it. I want to roll back everything. Do these save points exist anymore? No. If you want to use them again, you will have to reissue them for some new work. And forget rollback for a minute. Yeah. Forget rollback for a minute. देखो इधर. If I say commit, this transaction is over. Do these save points exist anymore?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
If you want to use them again, you'll have to reissue them in some new work. Huh? So, point to be noted, students, is that when you roll back or commit, when you roll back or commit, the intermediate save points, intermediate means adle madle, the intermediate save points, the intermediate save points are cleared. If you want to use them again, then you will have to reissue them in some new work. क्या समझे? Wrote it?
Yes, sir.
Reissue का spelling है. And what else can I tell you? One student was asking a few minutes ago, you see the name of the save point, I'm calling it ABC and PQR. The name of the save point, I'm calling it ABC and PQR. For the save point name, you can have maximum 30 characters. Same rules as table names. Maximum 30 characters. क्या समझे? Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Same rules as table names.
varchar use कर सकते हैं ना sir?
Absolutely. Same rules as table names. It has to begin with an alphabet. You can use numbers 0 to 9, letters from A to Z, uppercase, lowercase. You can use underscore, you can use dollar. Don't use any reserved words here. Don't say save point select and save point insert. ठीक है? रोहित?
Yes.
रोहित दो रोहित है इधर. बाप रे, 4 रोहित. रोहित पाटिल, पवार, कुंभार, सावंत. दिशी, आपको कौन सा रोहित पसंद है? 4 रोहित है, डुप्लीकेट वाली. मैक्सिमम 30 कैरेक्टर्स. मेरे को आयरन मैन पसंद है.
सर शुभम 7-8 है सर.
शुभम इज द मोस्ट पॉपुलर.
Yes sir.
शुभम हमको भी बताओ यार, व्हाट इज द सीक्रेट? आपने तो कुछ किया ही नहीं है लाइफ में.
There are many Aditya.
वो हमको सनसेट के बाद मिलना पड़ेगा. तो एक बात बताओ यार स्टूडेंट्स, यू नो सीडैक सनबीम सेंटर है पुणे में. वहां पे एक स्टूडेंट ने मेरे को पूछा, कुछ साल पहले की बात है ये, अभी तो मैं जाता नहीं सनबीम, लेकिन बता रहा हूं मैं. वन स्टूडेंट फ्रॉम सनबीम आस्क्ड कि सर, within a particular transaction, can I have 2 save points with the same name? Yes or no, students?
No sir.
No.
No sir. No sir.
एम्बिग्यूटी आ जाएगा.
No sir.
So Sunbeam student asked me, within one transaction, can I have 2 save points with the same name? I said, go and try it out on your computer. He went and tried it out on his computer. And then he came back to me. He said, yes, sir, I can have two save points with the same name. In which case, afterwards, if I say roll back to ABC, it will roll back to the latest save point. The previous one no longer exists. समझ गए ना?
It's
So
gets
within a-
overwritten.
Within a transaction, you can have 2 save points with the same name. The latest save point overwrites the previous one. The older save point, it no longer exists. ठीक है? ये भी लिख लीजिए. It overwrites the older one. The older one no longer exists. So within a transaction, you can have two save points with the same name. The older save point, or should I say, the new save point, overwrites the previous one. The older save point no longer exists. Wrote it?
Yes, sir.
So,
Hmm.
so how is it possible, sir? How it overrides the previous one? I'm not getting-
Is it Devi again?
No, sir, it's Kirti.
How is it possible? ये तो MySQL बनाने वालों को पूछना होगा कैसे बनाएं. It must be erasing the old one and creating a new one. You know why this is a good feature? Just imagine here, suppose you're inserting 1,000 rows. You're going to issue save point after every 10 rows. Agreed? If I'm inserting 1,000 rows, I'm going to issue the save point after every 10 rows. The advantage is if I use the same save point name after every 10 rows, 100 times I will say save point ABC, save point ABC, save point ABC. It reduces my coding. I can use the same save point name throughout. That's object oriented. That is reusability of code. And I can roll back to the latest one at any given time. But the disadvantage is that after inserting 990 rows, if I want to roll back to the 950th save point, then I'm going to have a problem, isn't it? So you decide what you want to do. Does it answer your question? How is it possible? That's the source code of MySQL. Whenever you issue a save point, it must be checking if a save point by this name already exists. If yes, overwrite it. If no, then create a new one. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Sir, one doubt, sir.
Hmm.
Sorry. So if you are calling a rollback ABC, then again if you are calling rollback ABC, what is
Error.
gonna happen?
Save point does not exist.
Okay.
The old one no longer exists, no?
Yes, yes, correct.
The older one no longer exists.
No longer exists. Yeah,
Ah.
that makes sense. Okay.
So second time when you say rollback to ABC, you get an error. The save point by this time does not exist.
Yes, sir.
For the save point name, I would suggest Try to give a meaningful name. Let's talk about railway reservation. Since everybody has done railway reservation, how to do railway reservation? There is a railway reservation form. You will enter the train number, the train name, the journey date, the boarding station, the destination, save point, journey details. Then you come to the passenger information. You enter the names of 2-3 passengers, their gender, their age, any birth preference, save point, passenger details. Then you proceed to the payment information. You will choose your method of payment, whether it's internet banking, ATM card, credit card, Paytm, Google Pay, etc. Save point, payment details. And finally, you proceed with the payment and issue a commit, and the transaction is over. Now, at the time of making the payment, suppose you decide to change your mind. Instead of credit card, you decide to use ATM card. You will roll back to save point payment details. At the time of making the payment, suppose you decide that you want to add one more passenger, then you will roll back up to passenger details. And at the time of making the payment, if you realize कि अरे गलती से journey date ही गलत डाला मैंने, you will roll back up till the journey details and you'll have to re-enter everything once again. So try to give a meaningful name. Coming to the practical use, remember one thing, students, in database, in IT, for the rest of your life, main thing is practical use. Otherwise, it's of no use. Ganesh, main thing is the practical use. So the question is, what is the practical use of save point? Am I going to use it in small transactions or am I going to use it in large transactions?
A large transaction.
For the last.
I will use it in both. I will use it in both. Large transactions, I agree. If I'm inserting 100 rows, then after every 2-3 rows, I'll give a save point. So after inserting 90 rows, if I make a typing mistake, I can roll back to the previous save point, redo that much work, give a comment in the end. I'm also going to use it in small transactions. Save point, journey details. Save point, passenger details. Save point, payment details. So save points will be used in small and large transactions. Fair enough. Save points will be used in small and large transactions. And yes, since you are working in Workbench, to try out, commit, rollback, and save point in MySQL Workbench. I remember I had mentioned this yesterday, but no harm in writing it again. That if you want to try out, commit, rollback, and save point in MySQL Workbench, what you do is you click on Edit, menu at the top, click on Preferences, Over there, you will see one option. Actually, it's auto commit transactions. Just uncheck it. All right. Just uncheck it. Because in MySQL, by default, auto commit is on here. With save point वगैरह देने का मतलब ही नहीं है. Any questions?
So,
Hmm.
today while trying out this rollback and commit, I had checked that auto commit transaction off. But when we close the workbench and when we open it up again, it again gets checked on its own. So is there
Yeah,
any
by
way,
default it is on here.
is there any way to stop that from happening?
No. It's possible in Oracle, not possible in MySQL. So you'll have to do it manually each time. Let me log in as Dishi user. I'll click on edit. See, yesterday also I had made auto commit transactions as unchecked, but it's checked again. We can't change that. To answer your question, in Oracle, there is a setting. I can set auto commit on, I can set auto commit off. But this feature is not possible in MySQL. Now, this is Oracle. Huh? Now that we have understood this, let's understand how does MySQL maintain the read and write consistency, especially considering that we are working in a multi-user environment. Now listen very carefully. I have EMP table. Please draw this in your notebook. An EMP table I have 100 rows. I have a multi-user environment. I have a multi-user environment. Let me assume that this is user 1 and this is user 2. I have a multi-user environment. Both my users are accessing the same EMP table. Is that fair enough? Both my users are accessing the same EMP table. That's why I'm using MySQL. That's why I'm using RDBMS. I want a multi-user software. Now see what happens. EMP table is there in the server, it's there in the database, it's there in the server hard disk. Both these users are connected to the database and both these users are accessing the same table. Now, look here. User 1 is saying select star from EMP. If user 1 is saying select star from EMP, user 1 will see 100 rows. Simultaneously, user 2 is saying select star from EMP. Then user 2 will also see 100 rows. Right now, the data is consistent. It is matching for both the users. This is an ideal situation. It's a utopian situation. Now, let's assume user 1 inserts a row into EMP. Suppose he is inserting 101, Amit, 5000. He is inserting this one row. Fair enough. What happens when he inserts this one row? He is inserting 101, Amit, 5000. When he inserts this one row, look here this sheet. When he inserts this one row has gone into the database. This one row has gone in the server. This one row is there in the hard disk, but it is not copied into my main EMP table. When user 1 inserts this row, you know what MySQL does? It creates a temporary table. It creates a new table and it stores the row there. You understand? So when user 1 is inserting a row, it doesn't go into EMP table. MySQL creates a temporary table, it creates a new table and stores the row there. So after inserting this row, if user 1 is saying select star from EMP, what will he see? If user 1 is saying select star from EMP, he will see 101 rows. Agreed. He will see the 100 rows that are there in EMP plus the one row which is there inside the new table. Fair enough. But at the same time, if user 2 is saying select star from EMP, if user 2 is saying select star from EMP, he will still see 100 rows only. He will see what is there in EMP. He is not even aware that one row was inserted by someone else. Now the $1 million question is, Rohit, tell me, when will user 2 come to know that one row was inserted by someone else?
Commit.
Exactly. When user 1 issues a commit, what happens when he issues a commit? It becomes permanent. So what happens when you say commit, students? I'll tell you. When user 1 says commit, this one row which he had just now inserted, this one row is inserted into EMP eventually. So that my EMP table, it now has 101 rows. And what happens to this temporary table, this new table? This temporary table, this new table, it will be dropped. It will be dropped. After which, my second user, if user 2 says select star from EMP, then he will see 101 rows. Otherwise, he was not even aware that one row was inserted by someone else. समझ गए बच्चे लोग? Understood everyone?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me rewind. सुन लो एक story. Let me rewind. Listen, I have EMP table. In EMP table, I have 100 rows. Cool. I have a multi-user environment. I have two users. There is user one, there is user two. Both these users are connected to the database. Both these users are accessing the same EMP table. That's why we are using MySQL. I want multi-user environment. If user one is saying select star from EMP, he will see 100 rows. If user two is saying select star from EMP, he will also see 100 rows. Right now, the data is consistent. It is matching for both the users. And that's an ideal situation. Now, user one decides to insert a row into EMP. Suppose he is inserting 101 Amit 5000. He is inserting a row in EMP table. What happens? This one row, it goes to the database. This one row, it goes to the server. This one row, it goes to the hard disk, but it is not copied into my main EMP table. What does MySQL do? It creates a temporary new table and puts the row there. After which, if user one says select star from EMP, he will see 101 rows. What is he seeing? He is seeing the 100 rows that are there in EMP plus the one row which is there in new table. You know what MySQL does? It does a union. You guys know set theory, na? Pata hai na? Union intersection.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please respond.
Yes.
This
Yes,
entire
sir.
thing, whole SQL is nothing but set theory. मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, पूरा SQL is set theory. So when I say select star from EMP, when user one says select star from EMP, he will see 101 rows, 100 rows of EMP plus one row which is there in new table, 100 rows of EMP union the one row which is there in new table. Second user बेचारा उसको कुछ पता ही नहीं है. If second user says select star from EMP, he will still see 100 rows. He is not even aware that one row was inserted by someone else. Now a final point here. Opposite of commit. Suppose my user one says rollback. What will happen if user one says rollback? He doesn't want to save this one row, na? If he says a rollback, what's going to happen? Sawal hi nahi uthta. This new table will be dropped. That one row which he inserted, it will not be copied inside EMP. That new table will be dropped. That new table will be dropped. After which, now if he says select star from EMP, he will still see 100 rows. समझ गए? How it works in multi-user? How does MySQL maintain the read and write consistency? Like that, there is a separate new table for every user. Imagine करो, अगर 250 यूजर है, there is a separate new table for every user. None of us can see each other's new table until you issue a commit and it's copied into the main table. Otherwise, there would have been chaos in the database. पूरा anarchy हो जाएगा. Just like आम आदमी पार्टी, पूरा anarchy हो जाएगा. Did you all understand, students? मजा आ रहा है कि नहीं? Are you finding database interesting कि boring हो रहा है?
Interesting, sir.
इंटरेस्टिंग है
You want to make a career in database? Do you feel that you can do this for the rest of your life? Meet the user, understand the requirements, create a table, write insert statement, write select statement. Or do you want to do C programming and become a teacher in CDAC? Nothing wrong in that. हाँ? दुनिया देखनी कि नहीं? हाँ? सिंगापुर जाना है, हांगकांग जाना है. इंटरनेशनल बॉयफ्रेंड गर्लफ्रेंड बनाना है कि नहीं बनाना है? बहुत हो गया. महाराष्ट्रियन, सिंधी, पंजाबी. गर्लफ्रेंड इन यूक्रेन, गर्लफ्रेंड इन रशिया. वैसा चाहिए ना अपने को.
इसी में मजा है सर.
रशिया में वॉर चल रहा है.
देसी में ही मजा है. अच्छा, ठीक. अपनी अपनी सोच है भैया. Las Vegas. Everything is being recorded. अगर अपन क्लासरूम में रहते ना, तुम लोगों को ऐसे ऐसे स्टोरीज बताता, तुम लोग यकीन नहीं करते.
रिकॉर्डिंग ऑफ कर देंगे सर.
नहीं नहीं, जान दे. It's not worth it.
बताओ
ऐसे ऐसे स्टोरीज बन गए कि मेरे ऊपर मीम बनने लगे बात. चलो. So let's make a note of it. How does MySQL maintain the read and write consistency? When you select from a table, you can view only strawberry dunya. You can view only the committed data of all users plus the changes made by you. Rohit is one step ahead. वो तो पूरा मल्टीवर्स में गया है. उसका तो हर यूनिवर्स में एक फ्रेंड है. क्यों?
नो सर.
आप लोग गए कि नहीं कल डॉक्टर स्ट्रेंज देखने?
जाए ना सर.
अच्छा था क्या?
एक नंबर सर.
बहुत जबरदस्त सर. आप भी देख लो.
आप लोग रेकमेंड कर रहे हैं तो मैं भी देख.
3D में देखने का मजा.
ओ रियली?
हाँ, साथ देखते हैं क्या मार्वल मूवीज?
और
नहीं रे बाबा, मैं
सर को टाइम मिसिंग होगा.
गरीब आदमी है. करेक्ट.
सर गैंग्स ऑफ वासेपुर टाइप आदमी.
bookmyshow.com बना है. दुनिया भर को पिक्चर दिखा रहा हूँ, लेकिन मैंने खुद में नहीं देखा. And I'm sure you don't believe that, right?
यस.
वैसे लोग बोलते हैं कि शक्ल से मैं काफी सीधा साधा लगता हूँ. I believe. Come, let me demonstrate this here. Look here. See the screen. See what I'm doing. I'm going to log in 2 times. Let me log in 2 times. I have logged in 2 times. With the same username, no problem. I have logged in 2 times. Disha has logged in 2 times. Same username. But as far as the server is concerned, there are 2 separate connections. it will treat me as two different users, as two separate users. Fair enough. So I have logged in 2 times. Now look here. Left hand side is user 1. Right hand side is user 2. Moreover, user 1 and user 2. Now concentrate. User 1, nothing to write, just observe. Enjoy the movie. User 1 is saying select star from department. He will see 10, 20, 30, 40. Come to user 2. User 2 is also saying select star from department. He will see the same data 10, 20, 30, 40. Right now, the data is consistent. It is matching for both the users. That is ideal situation. Now, user 1 decides to insert a row. Insert into department 50. Training. CDAC. He's adding a row to department table. Department number 50. Department name is training. Location is CDAC. One row created. This one row has gone to the database. It is there in the server. It's there in the hard disk. It's not like this row is flying somewhere in the RAM and all. This row has gone to the database. It's there in the server. It's there in the hard disk. But it is not copied into the main department table. What does the system do? It creates a temporary new table and puts the row there. After doing this, if he says select star from department, he can see 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. He can see the one row which is inserted. He can see 50 training CDAC. Come to second user. If second user says select star from department, he will still see the old data. He cannot see the one row which was inserted by someone else. User 2 को कुछ पता ही नहीं है. इसको पता ही नहीं है कि CDAC में ट्रेनिंग हो रहा है. When will user 2 come to know that there is training going on in CDAC department number 50?
Commit.
Exactly. When user 1 gives a commit, user 1 has to give a commit. If user 2 gives commit, nothing will be saved. I cannot commit on your behalf. You cannot commit in my behalf. You can commit only the changes which you have made. I can commit only the changes which I have made. So let me say commit. What happens when I issue a commit? It becomes permanent. What happens when I issue a commit? This one row is inserted into department. And what happens to that old temporary table? It is dropped. After which my second user will say select star from department. And now that row has become visible to him. Understood how it works in multi-user? Otherwise, there would have been chaos. There is a separate new table for every user. Huh? It is temporary. What is the life of this new table? The life of this new table, it is temporary. It is temporary. The life of this new table. What is the life of this new table? It is only for this transaction. Comment rollback ke baad, this new table does not exist. You insert something, again it will create it. Now, let's see some more stuff. देखो देखो, यहाँ व्हाइट बोर्ड पे पूरी दुनिया दिखाता हूँ मैं. देखो, I have EMP table. How many rows are there in EMP? I have 101 rows. ठीक है? I have 101 rows. Please draw this. फटाफट. I have a multi-user environment. There is user 1. There is user 2. I have 2 users. Both the users are accessing the same table. Both the users are accessing the same table. Now listen. Pay attention. User 1 is saying select star from EMP. He will see 101 rows. User 2 is saying select star from EMP. He will also see 101 rows. Right now, the data is consistent. It is matching for both the users. That is ideal situation. Now, listen. Suppose my first user, suppose he issues a delete statement and he decides to delete employee number 101. What happens when he deletes this row? Students, this one row will be removed from the table. What remains inside EMP? What will remain in EMP? 100 rows. So when he deletes this row, you know what MySQL does? It creates a temporary old table. It creates a temporary old table and it stores that old row there. Understand? It is removed from the table, but is still there in the database. It creates a temporary old table and puts the row there. So after deleting this one row, if user 1 is saying select star from EMP, he will see 100 rows. Barabar, na? He deleted one row, he will see 100 rows. But come to second user. If second user says select star from EMP, he will still see 101 rows. Are you understanding? So what happens? He will see the 100 rows of EMP plus this one row, which is there in that old table. It takes a union of EMP table and old table. And he will still see 101 rows. When will this affect my second user?
After commit.
Exactly. Suppose my user 1 gives a commit. If user 1 gives a commit, then he has saved the changes, no? If user 1 gives a commit, what will MySQL do? This whole table will be dropped. This whole table will be dropped. And that row is removed from the database. After which, my second user, if he says select star from EMP, he will also see 100 rows only. Followed, students? And lastly, hang on, lastly, we've deleted one row. It is there in that old table. We've deleted one row. It is there in that old table. Suppose if user 1 gives a rollback, then what will happen? If user 1 gives a rollback, then what happens? That old row will be brought back inside EMP. Yes or no? That one row will be brought back inside EMP. So if user 1 gives a rollback, what will MySQL do? It will drop this old table. That one row will be added back to EMP. That one row will be added back to EMP. After which, my first user, if he says select star from EMP, he will once again see 101. Understood how delete works internally, students?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's how it works internally. And what do you think happens in the case of update? Students? In the case of insert, what happens? MySQL creates a temporary new table. In the case of delete, MySQL creates a temporary old table. What happens in the case of update? It creates both new table also, old table also. Can you imagine that? Or do you want me to explain update also? Chaitanya, if I insert a new row, MySQL creates a temporary new table and it stores the row there. If I say select star from EMP, I can see the new row which I have inserted. But if other user says select star from EMP, they will still see the old data. It's only when I say commit that the row is copied into the main table and it is now visible to others. On the other hand, suppose I delete the row from the table. That one row will be deleted from the table, but it is still there in the database, Chaitanya. MySQL creates a temporary old table and puts the row there. If I say select star from EMP, I will not see the row which I've deleted, but other users will still be able to see that old row. It's only when I say commit that that row is permanently removed from the database, and now every other user is affected and they will no longer see that old row. You followed, Chaitanya? And similarly for delete. Similarly for delete and similarly for update also. लेकिन अपडेट में क्या होता है? Yes, Rohit. So first user has deleted a row. Second user has reinserted the row. First user gives a roll back. Then there will be two copies of the row, Rohit.
Yes, sir.
है ना? There will be two copies of the row.
Okay.
So we'll have to work together as a team here.
Okay.
यानी सीडैक हार्गन की बात कर रहा हूँ. I will delete one student admission. Somebody else will insert one same student admission. Then I give a rollback. Uska double admission ho gaya. But that will happen. If we do that, that's what's going to happen. तभी तो 4 रोहित आ गए यहाँ पे. I wanted to talk about something else here. चल एक बार अच्छे से दिखा. देखो मैं कितने प्यार से पढ़ा रहा हूँ. Concentrate, huh? I'll show you what happens in the case of update. Huh? I have EMP table. I have 101 rows. I have 101 rows. And I have a multi-user environment. See the gammat now. See the majja now. I have a multi-user environment. There is user 1, there is user 2. Both these users are accessing the same table. If user 1 says select star from EMP, user 1 will see 101 rows. If user 2 says select star from EMP, he will also see 101 rows. This is ideal situation. Right now the data is consistent. It is matching for both the users. It's an ideal marriage. Now, गड़बड़ कहाँ पे होती है? User 1 gives an update statement. He will say update EMP set sal equal to 6,000, where EMP NO equal to 1. Understand what's happening here. User 1 gives an update statement. Can you see this update statement clearly?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This guy gives an update statement. Set sal equal to 6,000, where employee number equal to 1. What happens when this guy gives an update statement? This row is removed from EMP. What remains inside EMP is 100 rows. Huh? See the fun now. What remains in EMP is 100 rows. And you know what MySQL does? It creates a new table and it creates an old table. In new table, it will store 101 Amit 6,000. In old table, it will store 101 Amit 5,000. Yes, Ganesh, I'm coming to that. This much everyone understood. When user 1 gives an update, it creates a new table and an old table. The new table will store the new row. Old table will store the old row. And now you can complete my story. If user 1 says select star from EMP, he will see 101 rows. If user 2 says select star from EMP, he will also see 101 rows. The question is, which row will they see? If user 1 says select star from EMP, he will see 100 rows of EMP plus the one row which is there in new table. If user 2 says select star from EMP, he will see 100 rows of EMP plus the one row which is there in old table. Question is, does user 1 give a commit or does he give a rollback? If user 1 says commit, students, if user 1 says commit, what's going to happen? The new row is copied to EMP, after which old and new tables are dropped. And if he says rollback, the old row, it comes back into EMP, after which the temporary old and new tables are dropped. Yes. Manoj, this is the case of only 2 users and only 100 rows. But in case of many users and table with 1 lakh rows, each time the copy of old table will consume memory. Yes, it will, Manoj. But don't forget, these are temporary tables. The life of these tables is only for 1 minute or 2 minutes till I give a rollback or commit. ठीक है ना, Manoj?
Yes, sir.
And if I have 1 lakh rows and if I have large number of users, obviously I'll require a powerful server. I'll require large amount of hard disk space. I'll require a good processor. I'll require large amount of RAM. ये कोई मोबाइल फोन नहीं है, बच्चों की खेलने की चीज है नहीं, ये डेटाबेस है. So listen to me, Ganesh. I will answer your question now. What I explained in the case of insert. Listen, अच्छे से सुनो. What I explained in the case of insert, the same principle will apply for delete. The same principle will apply for update also. But hang on a sec. In the case of update and delete, there's one more complication. First, you listen to me. Then I will write down half a dozen points for you. First, you listen to me. So what I explained in the event of insert, the same principle will apply for delete. The same principle will apply for update. But in the case of delete and update, there is one more complication, and that is row locking. Row locking. When you update or delete a row, that row is automatically locked for other users. That row becomes read-only for other users. Row locking in MySQL is automatic. So when you update a row or when you delete a row, that row is automatically locked for other users. It becomes read-only for other users. No other user can update or delete your locked row till you have issued a rollback or commit. The locks are automatically released when you roll back or commit. The entire process is automatic. So when you update or delete a row, that row is automatically locked for other users. That row becomes read-only for other users. Row locking in MySQL and Oracle is automatic. When you update or delete a row, that row is automatically locked for other users. Other users can select from that table. They will see the old data before your changes. Other users can insert into that table. Other users can update, they can delete other rows. They can update, they can delete other rows. But no other user can update or delete your locked row till you have issued a rollback or commit. The locks are automatically released when you roll back or commit. The entire process is automatic. Understood, everyone? Let's write it. Let's talk about row locking. Write down quickly. When you update or delete a row, that row is automatically locked for other users. When you update or delete a row, that row becomes read-only. Row locking is automatic in MySQL and Oracle. Other users can select from that table. They will view the old data before your changes. Other users can insert into that table. Other users can update or delete other rows from that table, but no other user can update or delete your locked row till you have issued a rollback or commit. Locks are automatically released when you roll back or commit. क्या समझे? There's no unlock command here. Huh? The locks are automatically released when you roll back or commit. First you write it, then I'll demonstrate it.
So
Hmm.
what happens if two users are trying to update the same row at the same time?
The first user who gives the update is the winner.
But what
The
if at the
second,
same time?
there will always be a difference of 1 nanosecond. Na?
Okay.
But hypothetically speaking, suppose we are playing fastest finger first. Hypothetically speaking, both the users update at the same nanosecond. On the server, there is something known as time slice. You know what is time slice? In a multi-user environment, there is concept of time slice. When I say that all the users are catered to simultaneously, that's hogwash. There is concept of time slice. 1 nanosecond will be given for every user. So at that precise nanosecond, if both the users give the update command at the same time, It's a matter of lottery. At that nanosecond, whom is the computer dedicated to? वो आगे जाएगा, दूसरा लटक जाएगा.
ठीक है सर.
Perfect.
सही है ना?
सही है.
ये स्टूडेंट ने भेजा अभी. I thought I'll share it with you. अभी YCP के स्टूडेंट ने भेजा.
आपने वाले भी दिखा दो.
सर कल आप पर भी बनाया है एक.
अच्छा, आप लोगों ने भी बनाया है मीम?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'll see it after some time.
हमने एक आदमी रखा है सर मीम्स बनाने के लिए.
क्या बात है, प्रोफेशनल है कोई?
हाँ सर.
हाँ सर, ये प्रोफेशनल है. धीरज लगा.
प्रोफेशनल है सर ये.
उसका स्टार्टिंग सैलरी भी 6 लाख है सर.
हाँ सर.
हाँ तो भेजो. Somebody saying center fruit. Share it on the chat ना.
सर अभी.
हाँ अभी क्या ही नहीं.
ओके
कल का दिन किसने देखा है?
ओके सर.
Okay, in the meantime, students, let me demonstrate row locking. Are you ready? Now that you have written this, just watch the screen. Nothing to write, just watch the show. Let's go back to our two users. See the screen. I have user 1, I have user 2. Just watch. User 1 is saying select star from department. He will see 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Come to second user. If he says select star from department, he will also see 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Right now, the data is consistent. It is matching for both the users. Ideal situation. User 1 issues an update command. Update department set dname equal to meme where department number equal to 50. He is updating the last row. Set dname equal to meme where department number equal to 50. What happens when he issues this update? This row is automatically locked for other users. This row becomes read-only for other users. After issuing this update, if user 1 is saying select star from department, he will see the new data. He will see कि CDEC Mumbai में meme बन रहे. But come to second user. If second user says select star from department, he will still see the old data. उसको लग रहा है यहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग हो रहा है. क्या हो रहा है? मीम बन रहे. इसको लग रहा है यहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग हो रहा है. Now, if second user wants, he can delete from department. If he tries to delete where department number equal to 40, he will not have a problem. He can update or delete other rows. But suppose he tries to update or delete department number equal to 50. See the fun. He is trying to delete a row which is locked for him. इसको पता ही नहीं है. He tries to delete by department number equal to 50. What happens? His request has gone to the server. Over there, it encounters a locked row. So what happens to his request? It will go and wait in the server. It will wait till that row becomes available. It will wait till that row becomes available. It will wait infinitely. Now this guy is screwed here. He can't do anything. He cannot do anything. He's stuck. If my first user does not give a commit or rollback quickly, this guy is stuck for a long time. After half an hour, what will he do? He'll get frustrated, Control Alt Delete, end the task. He will log in again. He will try his luck later. It doesn't even give a warning that the row is not available. It doesn't even give a warning that the row is not available. See the screen like that. Look here. Suppose if 200 users, suppose if 250 users, everybody is trying to update the same row at the same time. देखो क्या हो रहा है? 250 यूजर, 250 लोग एक ही रो के पीछे हाथ धो के पीछे पड़े. What happens? On the server, there is a request queue. If everybody tries to update the row at the same time, there is a request queue. Request R1, request R2, request R3. The first user who issued the update or delete is the winner. बाकी 250 लोग क्यू में खड़े. It follows a FIFO principle. It follows a FIFO principle. You know FIFO, na? First in, first out. That's row locking. What do you want here? You want multi-user. इसके साथ तो deal करना ही पड़ेगा. Let's go and visit our 2 users. Let's see what's happening here. User 1 is fine. He's working. User 2 लटक गया है. His request is stuck in the request queue. I want you to watch the screen very carefully now. When will the row become available for second user? When first user has given a rollback or commit. Let's go to first user and issue a commit. Look closely. I'm going to press the enter key now. When user 1 issues the commit, the changes are saved, the lock is released. Now the second user, his delete statement will be successful. Look closely. Rohit, look at the screen very closely. I'm about to press enter key now. Commit semicolon enter. There. The row has been saved. The changes have been committed. Come to second user. His request is successful now. But the madness does not stop here. Because the second user is deleting this row, again it is locked for everyone else. So my second user better give a commit quickly and save the changes and unlock it. And that's how it works in multi-user. Clear, everyone? Any questions? Obviously, this is not desirable. In a multi-user environment, this is not desirable. Think about real world here. Let's talk about stock market. If 2 users are trying to purchase the shares of the same company at the same time, the first user who issued the purchase allotment is the winner. The second user, the row is locked. If the first user does not give a commit till 4 o'clock in the evening, the second user is stuck. And you never know what's going to happen by evening. The market may go up, it may go down. In certain applications, this is desirable. You know, this automatic locking. In certain applications, this is desirable. For example, a payroll software, a banking software. I will deposit the check in the morning, it will clear in the evening. I run the program in the morning, it will execute in the evening. Chalta hai. I will deposit the check today, it will clear after 3 days. आज नहीं तो कल हो ही जाएगा. But in certain critical applications like stock market, this is not desirable. It doesn't even give a warning that the row is not available. It's currently in use by someone else. So here's what we are going to do. Whenever we update a row, we are always taking a chance, na? Yes or no? In a multi-user environment, whenever I try to update or delete a row, I'm always taking a chance. Fingers crossed. Lag gaya to lag gaya, nahi to latak gaye. I'm always taking a chance. That's being optimistic. Hopefully, my request will be successful. That's being optimistic. But in real life, we are going to be pessimistic. We are not going to take a chance. Here's what we are going to do. This automatic row locking, it's known as optimistic locking. If anyone asks you what is meant by optimistic locking, the automatic row locking mechanism, it's known as optimistic locking. It's known as optimistic locking. Yes. Yes, Nayan.
Okay, sir.
If I insert a row or if I update the row and if you delete it, well, I have to live with it. We'll have to work together. Na? In an organization, I'm not going to insert a row and you're going to delete the same row. But assuming that is the case, that will happen. So, as I was saying, rather than taking a chance, rather than being optimistic, here's what we are going to do. We are going to be pessimistic. We are not going to take a chance. And here's what we are going to do. Before issuing the update statement, I'm going to lock the row manually. Before issuing the delete statement, I'm going to lock the row manually and make the row exclusive for me. If the row is available, my manual locking is successful. I can update, I can delete at leisure without any interruption. If the row is not available, it will abort the operation. I can try again later, maybe after 5 minutes. And that is being pessimistic. So What is pessimistic locking? Pessimistic locking, we lock the rows manually in advance before issuing update or delete. That is pessimistic locking. And how to lock the rows manually? If you want to lock the rows manually, then you have to use select statement with the for update clause. Fair enough. You have to use select statement with the for update clause. If I want to lock EMP table, so far you have seen where clause and order by clause. Na? Now I'm showing you the for update clause. I can say select star from EMP for update. Please write it. Nayan, keep writing. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Select star from EMP for update. Because I'm saying select star from EMP, output will come on the screen. But because I'm saying for update, the whole table, all the rows, they are manually locked for other users. The whole table has become read-only for other users. The whole table has become exclusive to me for update and delete purposes. Now I can work aram se. In fact, I can lock the table now. I can take a break of 15-20 minutes, come back and update later. No tension nahi. Baad mein, don't forget to give a rollback or comment. There's no unlock command here. Huh? There's no unlock command here. The locks are automatically released. The locks are automatically released when you roll back or commit. Students, this is going to lock the whole table. Huh? When I say select star from EMP for update, this is going to lock the whole table. See the screen. When I say select star from EMP for update, see the screen. Because I'm saying select star from EMP, output will come on the screen. But because I'm saying for update, it will manually lock all the rows of EMP. If I have 1,000,000 rows in EMP, it's going to lock 1,000,000 rows. Please don't lock 1,000,000 rows and sit down here. Otherwise, nobody else will be able to do any work. You please lock only those rows that you plan to update. Put a suitable where clause. Please lock only those rows that you plan to update. I would go to the extent of saying, Rohit, even if you want to update 1,000,000 rows, na, मैं क्या बोलता हूँ? Do your work bit by bit. First, you log the rows of department number 10, do your processing, save the changes. Then you log the rows of department number 20, do your processing, save the changes. Then you log the rows of department number 30, do your processing, save the changes. Even if you want to log 1,000,000 rows, even if you want to update 1,000,000 rows, you please break it up bit by bit. Shubham says Facebook does this always. Does what Facebook? Shubham? मेरे को पता नहीं Facebook क्या होता है. Can you please explain your question? I didn't understand. Shubham Patil. Log all database for update. Acha. Have you seen that happening, Shubham? I don't know because I don't have much knowledge of Facebook. I created a Facebook account 17 or 18 years ago. And the only reason I did that I created account on Facebook 17, 18 years ago. The only reason I did that was to see who are the friends of my daughter. And after a few years, I stopped using Facebook. Just to spy on my daughter ki kaun hai, kiske sath friends bana rahi, because she was a small child when she opened a Facebook account. So logs are automatically released when you roll back or commit. Let me demonstrate this. See the screen, user 1, user 2. User 1 says select star from department. Where department number equal to 40. He's saying for update. Output will come on the screen. This row is locked for everyone else. Suppose if second user also tries to lock department table. Suppose he tries to lock by department number equal to 30. Will he have a problem? No. No problem. But suppose he tries to lock the row where department number equal to 40. See what he is doing, huh? He is trying to lock a row which is already locked. Usko pata hi nahi hai. He is trying to lock the row which is already locked. What happens? His request goes to the server. It tries to lock the row for department number 40. There it already encounters a locked row. So what will happen to his request? It will go and wait in the request queue, waiting for the row to become available. It doesn't even give a warning that the row is currently unavailable. कुछ नहीं, जाके चुपचाप it will go and wait in the queue. When will the row become available? When my first user has given a rollback or commit. Now my second user request was successful. So this has not solved my problem, right? If I try to lock a row which is already locked, I hope you all are understanding. If I try to lock a row which is already locked, it again goes and waits in the request queue. Which is why When you try to lock the row manually, we have an option. I can specify wait or I can specify no wait. Don't write. Let me explain it first. I'll give you time to write it later. Which is why when I try to lock the row manually, we have the flexibility. I can specify wait or I can specify no wait. By default, it is wait. We saw that happening. When I try to lock the row manually, if some other user has locked it before me, by default, it will go and wait in the request queue. But if I prefer, I may specify no wait, in which case, if the row is not available, it will abort the operation. I'll get an error message and I can try again later. At least I need not go and wait in the request queue. So this feature is also available. I can specify wait or no wait. I'd like to demonstrate this to you also, students. See the screen. User 1, user 2. See the screen. User 1 is saying select star from department. Department number equal to 40 for update. And he locks the row manually. Come to second user. Second user is an intelligent user. He also tries to lock the row manually, but he's going to use the no wait option. So once his request has gone to the server, if the row is available, it will lock it. If it's not available, he'll get an error message. It will abort the operation. See the screen. He'll get an error message. Resource is busy. It will abort the operation and he can try again later. So this feature is also there. We can specify wait or no wait. By default, it is wait. If user 1 gives a commit, the lock will be released. User 2 can try his luck later. Again, he will specify no wait, but he will try his luck later. Row is available, it will lock it. So ये option भी है. I can specify wait or no wait. And one last option here, by default it is wait. By default it will wait infinitely. One last option here, when I specify wait, I can specify the time period. I can specify the time period, how long I'm willing to wait. So when I try to lock the row manually, if the row is not available, I don't mind waiting in the request queue for a minute. Within a minute, if the row does not become available, then forget it, abort the operation. I'll try again later. So this feature is also available. In case the row is not available, I can specify the time period, how long I'm willing to wait. Would you like to write it? It has to be in seconds. Huh? It has to be in seconds. Finish writing. I'd like to demonstrate this. Angel Priya. Who's Angel Priya on Facebook? I have no idea, Sudhanshu, what you're talking about.
वो बहुत चमत्कारी चीज है, वो आदमी भी हो सकता है, औरत भी हो सकता है.
फिर तो मेरे को ट्राई देखना ही पड़ेगा। फेसबुक पे फॉरगॉट पासवर्ड मार के अभी तो सुजान शो दैट the thing is for interactive movies here. I don't know if you've seen Bandersnatch on Netflix. After every 5 minutes, you can choose what's going to happen next. And one movie can have some 16 or 17 possible endings. कभी देख लेना. You need a laptop or a smart TV to see this.
So this comes under the category of movie or a game?
It's a movie, but it's interactive movie. So father says कि breakfast में cornflakes नहीं है, अंडा बनाओ क्या? So the son can have two options. He can be happy or he can be angry. If you choose happy, it will proceed. If you choose angry, it will ask you, do you want to slap your father or kill your father?
Jeez.
Obviously, you're going to kill your father. Then it goes on to the next level. मैंने पूरे पॉसिबिलिटीज परम्यूटेशन कॉम्बिनेशन ट्राई किए, मजा है। 1.5 घंटे का मूवी मेरे को 7-8 घंटा लगा टू गो थ्रू ऑल दी ऑप्शंस। काफी है ऐसे। Anyway, let's have a look. See the screen. Let's go back to my two users. One last option I'll demonstrate. User 1 says select staff from department number 40 for update. He has locked the row manually. Second user also tries to lock department number 40 and he's going to use wait 30. If row is available, lock it. If it's not available, wait for 30 seconds. His request has gone to the server. There it encounters a locked row. It will go and wait in the request queue. In 30 seconds, if the row does not become available, it will give him an error message. It will abort the operation. And he can try his luck later. There. Later, again he tries. He tries to update the row. He tries to lock the row. The row is not available. It will go in request queue. It will wait for 30 seconds. In the meantime, the first user gives a commit. Changes are saved. Lock is released. Now the second user, the locking is successful. So this option is also available. I can specify wait or no wait. And I can specify the time period. Is it clear, everyone? तो ये फीचर भी है. Incidentally, since you guys are using MySQL Workbench, in MySQL Workbench, to try out locking, if you're using Oracle, you know, log into SQL Plus 2 times. But in MySQL Plus, to try out locking, what you do is you click on query, menu at the top. You click on query, menu at the top. You will see one option there, new tab to current server. New tab to current server. Just click on it. So now you have two query windows to try out row locking. Later, we'll see how to create 2 users, 3 users, 4 users. And then you'll have to use grant and revoke and share the table with 2 users, 3 users, 4 users. But as of now, you can log in with the same username twice. You can log in as Dishi user 2 times and try out the row locking. So let me open Workbench. I will log in as Dishi user. And what I'll do is, I'll click on query, menu at the top, and there's an option, new tab to current server. Look at the top, I have 2 tabs. It will treat me as 2 different sessions, 2 separate connections, 2 separate users. So update from here, try to delete from there, see what happens. And yes, in case you get stuck inside your request queue, to abort the operation, in MySQL Workbench, to abort the operation, if we get stuck in the request queue, to abort the operation, what you do is you click on query, menu at the top, and there you'll see one stop button. Click on stop. Click on stop. I'll show it to you. Click on query, menu at the top. Can you see this top option here? It's currently disabled. It's disabled because I'm not waiting in the request queue. But if I was waiting in the request queue, it would become enabled. And then I can click on this to come out from the request queue. All right. And one last thing I want to say before we take a break. All this wait, no wait options, they are not available in MySQL. So if you want to try out these options, the advanced options like wait and no wait, students, if you want to try out these advanced options, wait, no wait, you'll have to try them out in Oracle. In MySQL, by default, it is wait, and that cannot be changed. That's the difference between a cheap software and an expensive software. But I just wanted to show you the options. So I demonstrated through Oracle. No problem. Any questions? Students? Any questions?
No, sir.
No? So I think it's a good time to take a break. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
There is our
Video,
friend.
sir. Sir, video.
सर आपने वीडियो कौन सा भेजा था? अलग आ गया सिर्फ हमारे।
हो गया है ना, कट गए सब लोग और क्या। अभी दोबारा मत बोलना वीडियो में।
बहुत बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहे थे सर स्टूडेंट बाकी के देखने का।
वैसे ही हुआ। मंदिर के बाहर खड़े रहोगे तो चप्पल तो चोरी होने ही है। Prashant, it was good, yeah. Anyway. Oh. But how was the quality, Nayan? वीडियो ऑडियो बराबर था ना?
हाँ सर, सही था सर।
Good, because it's going to launch tomorrow.
लॉन्च मतलब
Database Oracle course
यस यस
online for 11 rupees.
कितने रुपीस?
11. 11.
सर ये भी कोई मजाक नहीं है।
सही में क्या? सही बताओ,
सही में
हिमांशु को यकीन नहीं आ रहा।
उसमें रजिस्टर का ऑप्शन भी नहीं आता।
यू कॉमेडिंग विथ मी?
वो काउंट, वो टाइमर देखा ना, वो जैसे 00 टच होगा वहां पे पोर्टल खुल जाएगा।
11 का मतलब 11,000 तो नहीं है यार?
नहीं नहीं, पैसों के मामले में मैं मजाक नहीं। चलो, can we start the recording please?
Done, sir.
Done? Okay, good. So I'll start with the new topic, students. Let's go through functions. Let's understand functions. Let us study the functions. Everyone knows what a function is. The definition of a function, it's a routine that returns a value. It's a routine that returns a value. A return statement is there. Some of you might have created your own functions earlier using C programming, using Java programming. Basic things, you know, like convert the name to uppercase, convert the name to lowercase. You must have found out the ASCII value, and then you must have done plus 32, minus 32. That's how you convert lowercase to uppercase and vice versa. And you might have written programs for all this earlier. In the case of MySQL, no need for writing any programs. There are some ready-made functions available, and we can directly use them in our select statement. To begin with, let's go through the character functions. First, let's go through all the character functions. These are applicable for char data type. These are applicable for char data type. These are applicable for varchar data type. let's go through the character functions. To explain the character functions, I would like you all to please note down EMP table. Please create a new one. In EMP table, I have F name and I have L name. Students, what is F name and L name?
First name and last name.
First name and last name, that's correct. So I have first name and last name. Please note down some sample data. Let us consider this is the data inside EMP table. So I have F name and L name. I have first name and last name. When you try this out, students, please declare both these columns as varchar columns. Is it clear? Please declare these columns as varchar columns. You know what this means? Varchar is variable length. Character is fixed length. Let us assume these are varchar columns. Rotate, Wasim. Hello. Let's go through the character functions that are applicable on char data type and varchar data type. Select F name, L name from EMP. When I select F name, L name, output will be these two columns. Output will come on the screen. Output will be these two columns. They will be displayed as two individual columns. They will be displayed as two independent columns. But understand my requirement. Look at me. Suppose you want to join the two strings. Suppose you want to join the two strings. I want first name, last name to be displayed together as one. I want full name. I want first name, last name to be displayed as one. Here's how you can do it. You can select concat F name, L name from EMP. Concat F name, L name from EMP. Concat is a function. Concat is short form for concatenate. Concatenate. Concat is short form for concatenate. To concatenate means to join. To concatenate means to join. So what this function does is, it will concat the first name and last name. It will display first name and last name together as one word. The output of this will be this. Output is this. It will display first name, last name together as one word. That's what the concat function does. It will join the two strings without a blank space in the middle. This will join the two strings without a blank space in the middle. I'm assuming that they are varchar columns. है कि नहीं? Had they been character, they would have been fixed length. Then there are blank spaces on right hand side. But assuming that they are varchar columns, this will join the two strings without a blank space in the middle, and my output is this. Output will come on the screen. This is a computed column. This is a computed column. In the output, your column heading is this only. What you select is what you get. In the output, my column heading is this. Now this is joining the two strings without a blank space in the middle. Practical use. Main thing is practical use, otherwise it's of no use. What's the practical use of the students? The practical use of this, when I create a report of all my employees, I want first name, last name to be displayed together as one. I want the full name of the employee. I can use the concat function in this manner. This will join the two strings without a blank space in the middle. Tell me, students, if you want one blank space between first name and last name, how would you do it?
Will give a space before last name.
Exactly. What you do is, for the concat function, give a blank space in single quotes. What will happen? I'll get to see one blank space in the middle, and my output will be this. This is how you can do it in MySQL. Give a blank space in the middle. This concat function is a very flexible function here. You can have 2 columns, 3 columns, 4 columns. You can have 2 arguments, 3 arguments, 4 arguments. You can pass 2 parameters, 3 parameters, 4 parameters. You can concat 1,000 columns, just separate by commas. Very flexible function. ऐसा कभी देखा है क्या? Function can have 2 parameters also, 4 also, 100 also, 500 also. It will adjust. Must. I've tried up to, I think, 3 or 4,000 columns I tried. Uske baad I gave up. If there is any upper limit, at least the documentation does not say anything. But maybe if you want, you can try it. Concat 5,000, 6,000 columns and see if it works. This is how you do it in MySQL. If you want to do this in Oracle, you know what happens? This function can have only 2 parameters. We cannot have 3 parameters and 4 parameters. So how will you solve this problem in Oracle, students? Hello? How will you solve this question in Oracle? If I want a blank space
Within
between...
concat, write another concat.
Very good, that's right. You know what is function within function, na, students? So what I can do is, inside this concat function, I can have another concat function. What I'll do is, first I'll concat fname with a blank space. The result of that, I will concat with lname. And that's your solution for Oracle. Please note it down quickly. Very good. can have function within function. And if I use function within function, then upper limit, maximum, you can go up to 255 levels for function within function. This is common for all RDBMS. I'm not talking specifically about Oracle now. Even for MySQL, if you want to use function within function, no problem. Upper limit is 255. Just ensure that number of opening brackets is equal to number of closing brackets. Please ensure that comma and everything else is in the proper place. You might think this is a lot, but it's not. Suppose I want to concat 300 columns. Say Oracle, for example. If I want to concat 300 columns, this upper limit we can exceed with the help of views. This upper limit of SQL can be exceeded with the help of views. Topic of views I will cover later. But as of now, just make a note of it. Not to worry, we can exceed this upper limit with the help of views. Okay. Now, when you try this out, in the output, as I said, your column heading is this. If you want some other heading, you can always give an alias, call it full name or something. I have given one blank space and single quotes in the middle. You can have two blank spaces. You'll get two blank spaces in the middle. You can have 10 blank spaces, 20 blank spaces. If you want, you can have a comma here, followed by blank space. What will happen? I'll get a comma between first name and last name. Just like a telephone directory. If you have seen in earlier days, we used to have this big fat telephone directory with the names and telephone numbers of everyone in the city. So in telephone directory, they normally have a blank space and a comma between first name and last name. If you want, you can have a title here. You can have a title such as Mr. or Mrs. What you do is you type Mr. in single quotes. You type Mr. in single quotes, comma F name, comma blank space, comma L name. So what happens in the output? In the output, I'll get a title such as Mr. or Mrs. or Miss, as the case may be. Keep writing, don't stop. Did you understand how to use concat? Hmm?
So,
Hmm.
so can we concat selective rows from a table?
Give a where condition.
Okay.
Give a where condition. Suppose I say my department number equal to 10. It will only work for department number 10. So the practical use, as I said, it will be used for reports purposes. Practical use is for report purposes. I want to make a report of all my employees. I would like first name, last name to be displayed together as one. I will use concat function like this. Let's move on. I was just reading the comments. Reaction to video. रोहित तो गया ठाकुर तो गयो What will be the column name for the concatenated name? Himanshu, sweetheart. What you select is what you get. So in the output, this is a computed column. In the output, your column heading is this.
Okay.
If you want some other heading, you can always specify an alias for it. You can call it full name or something. Next function, select upper of F name from EMP. What will happen if I select upper of F name? Output will come on the screen. I'll get to see all the names in uppercase. Output is this. Note it. What is the practical use of upper function? This only for presentation purposes as per user requirements. User wants to see the name in uppercase. Show it to him. Select upper.
So can we combine upper and concat function?
Absolutely. You can combine upper and concat. So what you do is you take upper of F name, you take upper of L name, and you concat the two. From EMP, or what you do is first you concat F name and L name, and then you apply upper. ये भी कर सकते हो. Both will give me the same result. Tell me, Himanshu, which one is faster? First one or second one?
The second one.
That's correct. The more the number of functions, the slower it will be. That much extra processing is needed. The lesser the number of functions, the faster it will be.
Not audible, sir.
You are on mute, sir.
I'm sure you can understand how this upper function is working internally. It must be finding out the ASCII value. If it's uppercase, let it be. If it's lowercase, then it must be subtracting 32 from the ASCII value and displaying it. You might have created something similar in your C programming or Java, if you want to call it. Here I'm using select statement. This is only for display purposes. Huh? I'm not updating the table. It won't affect the data in the table. If you want to update the table, I can use this in update statement. I can always say update EMP. Set fname equal to upper of fname. Update EMP. Set fname equal to upper of fname. This will explicitly convert the data in the table. Normally, we don't update the data. We select upper. Don't update the data. We select upper. Now, see here. Let me show you an important feature. I told you in MySQL data is case sensitive, but I also told you that in MySQL, the queries are case insensitive. Agreed? So in MySQL, if I say where fname equal to Arun, it will work. Never mind if I've given Arun as A capital RU and small. In MySQL, this will still work. My point is, this will not work in Oracle. My point is, I don't know how the name was entered by the user. So how to make it work? I can always say select star from EMP where upper of fname equal to Arun. I can use it in the where clause. So what this does is, first it will convert the name to uppercase and then it will compare. Whether my user has entered the name in lowercase or uppercase, it doesn't matter. It is guaranteed that my select statement will work. This is example of case insensitive query in Oracle. Am I clear? Did everyone understand what I said? In MySQL, queries are case insensitive. That is user friendly. In Oracle, queries are case sensitive. That is not user friendly. But I prefer Oracle because Oracle is more secure. Since my queries are case sensitive, I can say that Oracle is more secure. But for certain requirements, if I want to make my queries as case insensitive in Oracle, I can do so with the help of upper function. Am I clear, students? Chalo. The practical use of all this is for reporting purposes. Similar to upper function, I have a lower function. Rohit was asking, upper hai to lower bhi hai. Bilkul. Select lower of f name. You know what will happen? It will convert the name to lowercase and display. Happy, Rohit?
Yes, sir.
If you want to convert the data in your table, you can use it in update statement. And if you want to make your query case insensitive in Oracle, I can use lower in this manner. You can use either, yeah, upper or lower, whichever you prefer.
सर ऐसा मतलब एक ही फंक्शन में फर्स्ट नेम इज अपर एंड सेकंड नेम इज लोअर.
No problem.
So can we combine concat and upper and lower?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And you will try it out.
Okay, sir.
Select concat in brackets, upper of F name, comma, lower of L name, close bracket from EMP. दोनों करके देख लो. Any questions?
Sir, how many elements we can concat at a time, sir?
No upper limit. I have tried up till a few thousand. Beyond that, I gave up. If you read the documentation on MySQL, it doesn't say anything. You try it out ना आज रात को अगर फ्री बैठे हो तो 10,000 कॉलम कॉन्कैट करके देखो. Maybe for 10,001 columns it will give an error that you have exceeded the upper limit. Clear?
Yes, sir.
So after seeing upper and lower, next we have is init cap. Init cap stands for initial capital. Initial capital. You know what this will do? First letter in uppercase, rest of the letters it will convert to lowercase. It's like a proper case. अब सुनिए, this function is available in Oracle. This function is not available in MySQL. Will you remember that? It's not available in MySQL. So tell me, students, how to do init cap in MySQL? Gopal, how to do init cap in MySQL?
init cap through sir. जहाँ पे हम
Init cap
uppercase
है
lower
नहीं
case
ना?
लिखते हैं.
Yes.
No idea sir.
सर फर्स्ट लेटर में 32 ऐड करके
32 क्यों ऐड करना है? अपर फंक्शन है ना? अरे बाबा.
अपर और लोअर का कॉम्बिनेशन बनाना पड़ेगा.
Yes, yes. Take combination of upper and lower. Take combination of upper and lower.
सर बट कैपिटल अपर करेंगे तो पहले वाला पूरा कैपिटल होगा ना,
पहला word पूरा.
So you'll require one more function. There is one substring function which I will show you after 15-20 minutes. And with the help of substring function, you extract the first letter and apply the upper function. Second letter onwards, you apply lower function. And then you concat the two. And that's how you will achieve init cap in MySQL. No problem,
No, sir, got it.
students. Just give me a second. I think I'm having a slight problem with my whiteboard. Yeah, it's better now. So I'll do one thing. I'm making a note of this. You can try this out later as an assignment. Moving on. For the remaining examples, students, instead of considering F name and L name, for the remaining examples, let's assume I only have ename column. Okay? So please do one thing. Please draw a new EMP table. Please draw a new EMP table. And you create only ename column inside it. And inside the ename column, you please insert the data like this. I'm assuming that there is one blank space in the middle. I'm assuming that there is one blank space between first name and last name. Is it clear? Now understand. Next function is lpad. Select lpad. Loaded. LPAD stands for left pad. LPAD stands for left pad. So what happens when I run this function? What will be the output? See the screen. In the output, I'll draw it here. Each and every name, ye dekho, each and every name, it's going to pad it with blank spaces on left hand side. Such that the total width is 25. Proportionate number of blank spaces will be added on left hand side. If ename is 10 characters, 15 blanks are added on left. If ename is 20 characters, 5 blanks are added on left. What is the net result? The net result, what is the net result? My output will be right justified. If you ask me what is the practical use of LPAD, the answer is right justification. Did you follow? Yes, no.
Yes, sir.
Students, please interact.
Yes.
Repeat.
Sir, can you repeat?
Yes. When I select LPAD, ename comma 25 comma blank space, you can supply any number out here. What it does is in the output, each and every name, it's going to add it with blank spaces on left hand side. Proportionate number of blanks are added such that the total width is 25. The net result in the output you will observe your rename is right justified. Understood now? I'll demonstrate it. See the screen. I'll demonstrate it. See how the names are coming? They are right justified, no? So the practical use of this is for reporting purposes. You know, when I create a report of all my employees, do you know what is header and footer? Word में देखा होगा ना header and footer.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So when you create a report of all my employees, in the header, maybe you want to display the company name, company address as right justified. You will LPAD it. That's the practical use. Put that in the uses. It is used for right justification. By default, character data is left justified. But if you want character data to be right justified, you're going to LPAD it. I have specified a blank space in single quotes. If you want, you can specify character of your choice. In this example, I'm using star in single quotes. So what will happen? If I give a star in single quotes, what will happen? In my output, it will be padded on left-hand side, but instead of blank space, you are going to see stars out there. Again, my output is right justified only, but you are going to see star instead of blank spaces. Understood? I'll show it to you. See the screen. Dishi, see the screen. I can see star instead of blank spaces. Again, output is right justified only, but I'm seeing star instead of blank space. A second practical use I can think of, students. Hello? You may have seen this in check printing. Have you seen a printed check?
Yes.
Normally, when a check is printed, we put stars on the right hand side or left hand side such that the amount cannot be manipulated by anyone. So that's the second use. I can use it for check printing. Keep writing. The main thing is practical use. I can use it for check printing. Any questions? Rohit?
सर इसी तरह
Upper? हाँ
इसी तरह हम राइट में भी कर सकते हैं ना?
And we have right hand pad.
rpad.
मैं वही बोल रहा है, अपर है तो लोअर है, एलपैड है तो आरपैड है. So similarly we can use rpad.
और मिड में लेना हो तो
उसके लिए फंक्शन नहीं है. Then you'll have to use combination. रोहित, आपको अगर सेंटर जस्टिफाइड चाहिए, you'll have to use combo of LPAR and RPAD. Use function within function.
ओके सर.
It's binary. LPAD है तो RPAD है, आशा है तो भोसले है, वैसी बात है.
So, but we don't need to specify rpad, na? It is by default rpad.
Very good. You're right. For starters, listen to me. When I use RPAD, ename comma 25 comma blank space, what's going to happen? Each and every name, it will pad it with blank spaces on right hand side,
Yes, sir.
such that the total width is 25. So what happens here in this situation? In my output, each and every name is padded with blank spaces on right hand side, such that the total width is 25. The net result, my output is left justified. है ना? As someone was asking, there's no need for me to use this because character data as it is left justified. But suppose you have a number column. You know, numeric data is always right justified. But if you want numeric data to be left justified, you will arbitrate it. That's the practical use. Put that in the uses. It is for left justification of numeric data. That's important. Left justification of numeric data. I'll show it to you. See the screen. गौर से देखो. If I select Sal from EMP, see the output. Can you see output is right justified? See how 950 is coming, right justified? Now, if I want to make this left justified, how to make it left justified? Do rpad. See the output now. See how 950 is coming now, left justified. That's one practical use. A second practical use, students, you have to be creative. As a database developer, I don't like to use the word programmer. That's a very derogatory term. I prefer to use the word developer. As a database developer, you'll have to be creative because everything has to be solved using select statement. And you have to use all these functions. You can't write a program here. Everything has to be solved using select statement. तो मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? ename is varchar. If I put blank spaces on right hand side and I put proportionate number of blanks for every name, this is like converting varchar to char. No? Yes or no, students?
Yes, sir.
What is the difference between char and varchar? Char में क्या होता है? Blank spaces are added on right hand side, and that is what we have done. So if you want to convert, your data. If you want to convert the data type, I can use this to convert varchar to char, convert variable length to fixed length. ये भी लिख लो. Convert variable length to fixed length. And yes, if I put a star or something in single quotes, what will happen? I'm going to see star instead of blank spaces, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I will see star instead of blank spaces. So this again can be used for check printing. This again can be used for check printing. In fact, Rohit, पता है check printing में क्या होता है? In check printing, they put the stars on both the sides.
Yes.
They put stars on both the sides. So you'll have to use combination of LPAD and RPAD, and you will apply the stars on both the sides. ये तो फिर भी ठीक है. Adding the stars on both the sides. हाइट पता है क्या है रोहित? मैं एक बार बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा में गया था, डिमांड ड्राफ्ट बनाने, 40 रुपए का. तो जब डिमांड ड्राफ्ट आया, आई हैड टू वेट ऑलमोस्ट एन आवर फॉर इट. जब डिमांड ड्राफ्ट आया, नॉट ओनली डिड दे पुट स्टार्स ऑन बोथ द साइड्स, वो जो अमाउंट है ना, उसके ऊपर सेलो टेप चिपकाया था उसने. सो इवन इफ आई ट्राई टू मैनिपुलेट इट, आई हैव टू फर्स्ट fill it off, वो वैसे डिमांड ड्राफ्ट फट जाएगा. हाइट है. बहुत सुना है मैंने. क्या है? मैंने कहा 40 रुपए के लिए कोई ऐसा करता है क्या? और मैं तो 11 रुपए में बेच रहा हूँ. पब्लिक 11 रुपए भी नहीं छोड़ती आज, खास करके पूना वाले. So LPAD is for left justification. उल्टा बोला मैं. LPAD is for right justification, RPAD is for left justification. As Rohit was asking, suppose you want your output to be center justified. How to make your output center justified? You'll have to use combination of LPAD and RPAD, no? Will you try this out on your own?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Do some R&D, please. Please try out things on your own. Yes, Ganesh, that's exactly what I said. Combination of LPAD and RPAD, and output will be output will be. What will the output be? It will be center just. You guys just made my day. Next.
So,
Yes.
so is there any drawback of LPAD?
Is there any
Drawback
of?
of LPAD?
I don't see any drawback. Do you see any drawback? मैं फायदे बता रहा हूँ, आप drawback क्यों ढूंढ रहे?
So, if we compare it with init, so maybe.
I think you're on some other tangent here. Init cap is for converting the case, no uppercase, lowercase, combination of upper and lower. No connection with RPAD. They're two separate things. I'm not sure I understood your question. Think about it, ask me again. In the meantime, note down the next function, LTRIM. LTRIM stands for left trim. LTRIM stands for left trim. You see, at the time of inserting the names, who's going to insert the name? User. At the time of inserting the name, if you had accidentally entered blank spaces on left-hand side, LTRIM is going to remove the blank spaces from left-hand side. It will trim out the blank spaces from left-hand side. What is the net result? The net result, again, your output will be left justified. Yes or no? Understand what I'm saying? See, data entry operators are careless people. They are always in a hurry to insert the rows. I don't blame them because data entry operators, they are paid something like 1 rupee per row. So their target is to insert like 1 row a minute so that at the end of the day, he can get his 500 rupees. This is how the data is inserted. And therefore, my output is going to appear like this, isn't it? And that's a very shabby output here. So how do I clean up the output? What did I say earlier? Don't update the table. What you do is you select LTRM, remove the blank spaces from left-hand side. Output will be left justified. So that's the practical use of LTRM, left justification. Right?
Sir, why not update?
Why not update? See, the moment you update, speaking of multi-user environment, you're going to encounter a problem of locking, which we discussed before the break. And secondly, update is a very risky proposition. When you're inserting, जितना भी बकवास insert करना है, insert करो. Update में if you make one mistake, एक zero भी अगर कम हो गया amount में से, user तो road पे आ जाएगा. Yes or no?
Yes.
It's very, very,
नहीं
very
सर,
rare.
बार बार यूज करने से तो अच्छा ही है ना, एक बार रिस्क लेके अपडेट करना नहीं.
लेकिन बार बार मेरा रिक्वायरमेंट भी चेंज हो रहा है ना. Today I want to see the name in lower case. Tomorrow I want to see it in upper case. Day after tomorrow I want to see in it cap. मैं रोज रोज अपडेट करूंगा.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, write the select statement as per requirements. Update is a very risky thing. Delete is a very risky thing. Insert जितना भी बकवास insert करना है करो. Worst case क्या है, don't use it in select statement. Don't display it in the output. Updating is risky. Similar to LTRM, we have RTRM. RTRM stands for right trim. What will RTRM do? It removes the blank spaces from right hand side. It removes the blank spaces from right hand side. It removes the blank spaces from right hand side. So can I say I can use rtrim to convert char to varchar? Agreed? How to convert varchar to char? You add the blanks on right, use rpad. How to convert char to varchar? Remove the blanks from right hand side, use rtrim. I hope you all are understanding. Convert char to varchar. These are all important uses. Convert fixed length to variable length. Convert fixed length to variable length. In fact, I can use this for right justification of char data. Agreed? You see, char data already has blank spaces on right hand side. If I want to do right justification of a char column, first I need to remove the blanks from right hand side. And then outer function with the help of helpad, I will add the blanks on left hand side. Yes. Right justification of char data. So how will I do right justification of char data? Outer function will be helpad. Inner function will be rtrim. We also have a trim function. What does trim function do? Trim function removes blank spaces from both the sides. It removes the blank spaces from both the sides, left hand side and right hand side. It removes the blank spaces from both the sides. Moving on. Next function is substring. Sub-str. Sub-str. Ename comma 3. What is this 3 out here? 3 is the starting position. 3 is the starting position. So let me explain what happens here. For each and every name, 3 is the starting position. Starting from third letter, including the third letter, it will extract the remainder of string. So output of this output is this. Output is this. So the practical use of substring, it is used to extract a part of the string. Yes or no? The practical use of substring, it's used to extract a part of the string. All I need to do is give the starting position. For example, suppose I take substring of Kharghar and I put comma 5 here. What will this return? This will return ghar. Khar chala gaya, sir ghar rahega.
It will return last 5 character, na?
5 is the starting position. So starting from 5th letter, it will extract the rest of the string. It will always extract to the right only.
Okay, to the right one.
Sir, if we need only 4 characters from the starting.
Coming to that. Now that you have understood this, have you written the uses?
Yes, sir.
तो मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? When I take substring ename comma 3, 3 is the starting position. But I have an option here. I can say 3 comma 2. What is this comma 2 here? This comma 2 is number of characters. This is number of characters. So starting from 3rd letter, it will extract 2 characters. And I will get the 3rd and 4th letter in every name. Got it? So Himanshi, if you want the first 4 letters, you will say 1 comma 4. So Himanshi, if you want to do init cap in MySQL, besides upper and lower, you require substring also, no?
Yes, sir. Sir, if we need only first character, then we can also do 1 comma 1.
1 comma 1. So take substring ename 1 comma 1, apply upper. Take substring ename comma 2, 2nd letter onwards, apply lower. And then you concat the result. That's how you achieve init cap in MySQL.
हेलो सर इस सर सेकंड क्वेरी कैसे वर्क करेगी समझ लिया
3 comma 2. So starting from 3rd letter, it will extract 2 characters. So what happens? It will return the 3rd and 4th letter in every name. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Understood.
You know what this is, students? This is example of function overloading. Do you know what is meant by overloading? I have 2 functions with the same name. But depending upon the number of parameters passed or the data type of parameters passed, the processing will be different. This has been created using Java programming. So whichever developer created the substring function internally, he must have made it overloaded. Earlier it was C, C++. Now it is 100% Java. This function is a very flexible function. I'll show you a nice option here, something which you might not have seen earlier. You know, when I take substring of ename, 3, three is the starting position, right? Here I can say -3. Here I can say -3. If I say -3, what is my starting position? Starting from the third last letter. Starting from the third last letter. And output of this, I will get the last 3 letters in every name. I'll get the last 3 letters in every name. So this feature is also available. I can specify the starting position from the beginning of string or perhaps from the end of the string. And yes, I can even say -3, 2. If I say -3, 2, what's going to happen? Starting from third last character, it will extract 2 characters and output will be RU, 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 RU. Very powerful function, very useful function. I can use substring to extract the part of the string. So if I have something like New Mumbai, I can say 1, 3. What will this return? It will return new. Or another example, New Mumbai, I can give 5 as the starting position. So what will this return? 5th character onwards, it will return Mumbai. So all these things are possible.
The space will be counted in this.
Space will be counted as 1 character.
तो सेकंड में सर ये हम कट हो जाएगा ना वहां पे?
Yeah. What was your question? क्या कट होगा यहाँ पे? Hello.
एम कट होगा ना सर वहाँ पे?
क्या कट होगा गोपाल?
एम एम
The Mumbai.
No. 5 is the starting position. So starting from 5th character, including the 5th character. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 5th character. Starting from 5th, this is the starting position. Starting from 5th character, including the 5th character, it will extract the remainder. All right?
Okay.
नयन बोल रहा है 5th पोजीशन से चालू होगा, स्पेस भी कंसीडर होगा, मुंबई आंसर आएगा, विनायक. Well, what if we do 11 instead of 5? Nayan, you're going to try this out. Nayan, you're going to try out 11 instead of 5. And let us know later what is the result.
Okay, sir.
Chalo, let's move on. Next function, replace. Don't stop writing. Replace. Ename un comma xy. I'll tell you what this function does. Each and every name, it will replace one string with second string. It will replace one string with second string. Replace one string with second string. So what happens? Wherever I have un, I will see xy instead. Wherever I have un, I will see xy instead. It's a simple find and replace here. See the screen? You know, find and replace one string with second string, un with xy. That's what it's doing.
सर ये मेन टेबल में अपडेट होगा?
Nahi. I'm using select statement. Output will come on the screen. It won't update the data in the table. If you want to update the data in the table, you will use update statement. Set ename equal to replace of ename will explicitly update the data in the table. This is only for display.
Yes, sir.
Over here, the number of characters in both the strings did not match. For example, I can replace un with xyz. So what happens in the output, wherever un is there, I'll get to see xyz. So what I'm saying is the number of characters in both the strings did not be the same. In fact, my second string can have lesser number of characters. So in this situation, wherever un is there, I will simply see x only. So this option is also available. Done. And let me show you one option which does not work in MySQL. पहले ही बोल रहा हूँ, does not work in MySQL. And what is that? You tell me, if I don't specify this second string, what will happen with un?
As it is.
UN will be replaced with?
Blank.
No, that's the point. UN will not be replaced with blank space.
Nothing.
Gopal, if you want to replace UN with blank space, you please give a blank space in single quotes. Since I have not specified anything, UN will be replaced with nothing. UN will be replaced with nulls. So what happens? All the UNs will be removed. Am I clear? All the UNs will be removed. And my out will be this. Okay? This last function which we have written, it works in Oracle, but it is not supported by MySQL. Just make a note of it. It's not supported by MySQL. Excuse me. It works in Oracle. It's not supported by MySQL. Done. So that was the replace function. So what is the practical use of replace, guys? Can you give me 100 uses for replace?
Coding, decoding.
That's right. Encoding and decoding. What do I mean by encoding and decoding? If CDAC is there, can I replace it with Center for, what is long form of CDAC? Center for Development or Advanced
Computing.
Computing, or I can convert DAC to Diploma in Advanced
Computing.
के बहुत सारे अर्थ निकले डिप्लोमा इन एडवांस so that's encoding decoding. What's another use? Anyone? Can I replace M with Mumbai, J with Jalgaon? Isn't it? In both directions. I can replace Mumbai with M. I can replace Jalgaon with J. So many uses. Can I replace one with ONE? Can I replace two with TWO? So I can spell out a number, no? Yes or no? I can spell out a number. I can use it for my check printing. I spell out the number. Another important use I can think of. How about encryption and decryption? Yes, students? That's a good use, no? Encryption and decryption. How to encrypt the data? Replace A with X, replace B with Y, replace C with D, replace D with PQR. Same thing in reverse would be decryption. So many uses for replace function.
So what is the meaning of spell out a number?
Spell out a number means, suppose I have a sal column, I can replace one with ONE and spell out the number.
Okay,
Replace that way, in that context. Similar to replace function, we have a translate function. This function is not available in MySQL. पहले ही बोल रहा हूँ. You please try this in Oracle. That's the thing, yeah. These topics are there in the syllabus, but they don't work in MySQL. That's why we are doing a bit of both. Our focus is MySQL. Your exam will be in MySQL. Lab exam, theory exam will be in MySQL, but few commands, well, you'll have to try them out in Oracle. So what does the translate function do? This is similar to replace, but what it does is it will translate U to X, it will translate N to Y. Did you understand the difference? With replace, what was happening? One string with second string. Here it is character by character. So individual occurrences of U and individual occurrences of N will be affected. Output will be this. Even over here, the number of characters in both the strings is significant. If I translate UN with XYZ, this Z is redundant. Nothing will be translated to Z. But if this string has lesser number of characters, well then U will be translated to X and N will be removed. U is translated to X, N will be removed. That's how translate works. I hope everyone understood. Most people mix up the two, replace and translate. Replace is one string with second string. Translate is character by character. Also, you may want to note down that the translate function is supported by Oracle, but it is not supported by MySQL. These minor differences are there. Rekha function idhar-udhar may or may not be supported. Any questions? काफी शांत हो गए सब लोग.
In what functions are translate and replace if we not find U and N? Then what will error or?
No, if it doesn't find U or N, nothing will be replaced or nothing will be translated.
Any error message will not.
There's no error message. Nothing will be translated. So Arun may say R is not affected. Na? UN is affected. If the string is not there only, output will be the original string only. ठीक है?
Yes.
So it can be used in password purpose, security
How?
purpose.
That's a good use here. You know, in your credit card or ATM card, normally only the last 4 digits are shown. The remaining are translated to stars. Have you seen that?
Yes, sir.
You have used your ATM card number star 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 star. आखिरी के 4 digit ही दिखाता है. So that is also possible. That is also possible. मैं कोई खिलौना मिलता है खेलने के लिए. I'll put this up on my website in the video section, construct section. ICP center में बहुत बनते थे. I don't know what the problem was. Maybe the students hated me so much or they loved me so much. Whatever it may be. Daily एक दो बना के भेजते थे मुझे. So, next function is in string. INSTR. Please note down. In string. This is a character function, but it returns number. It's a character function, but it returns a numeric value. What does in string return? It returns the starting position of string. It returns starting position of string. So for Arun Purun, UN is found at third position, isn't it? But for Tarun Arun, UN is found at fourth position. For Siran Kiran, UN is found at fourth position. And for Nutan Purun, UN is found at 10th position. And suppose I have a row. If I have a row, name equal to Himanshu, string is not found. No? If string is not found, then it returns 0. If string is not found, it returns 0. So the practical use of in string, I can use in string to check if one string exists in another string. Agreed? It's used to check if one string exists in another string. It's used to check if one string exists in another string. How to check if one string exists in another string? If it returns 0, it means string is not found. If it returns any other number, then string is found. This is how we can use in string. Yes, Nayan. With great hope you are asking. It's still MySQL में supported. If it's not supported, then I will inform in advance so that you're mentally prepared. For the remaining examples, let's create a new EMP table. Students, please create a new EMP table. In EMP table, I have ename column. Let's say I have Anirudh. और कौन है? I have Anirudh and I have Bhavesh and I have Chaitanya and I have Dishi. So create a new table, put these 4 rows there. Next function, select length of ename. Select length of ename. Length of ename. This will return the length of ename. Number of characters. Output will be this. Output will be this. Output is this. I got the length of ename. Now when I select the length of ename, I have got this. Next one is ASCII. What is ASCII function? Returns the ASCII value for the first letter. So Anirudh A, I'll get 65. Bhavesh B, I'll get 66. Chaitanya C, I'll get 67. And Dishi D, I'll get 68. Returns ASCII value of first character. It only works for the first letter. Huh? It only works for the first letter. If you want ASCII value of second letter, how will you do it?
Combine this with substring.
Correct. That's correct. If you want for second letter, third letter, fourth letter, last letter, you'll combine with substring.
It will be 2 comma 1 na?
See, when I give comma 2, substring will extract second character onwards.
Okay.
But ASCII works only for the first letter in any case. It will apply only for the second letter. Now see here, something important I want to explain. When I take ASCII of ename, it will operate on each and every name. It will operate on each and every row. Since I have 4 rows in my table, output is 4 rows. If I want to find out ASCII value, character of my choice, for example, I want to find out the ASCII value of small z. The ASCII value of small z is 122. The ASCII value of small z is 122. My point is, if you want output in SQL, you have to use select statement. And if I'm using select statement, then I require a table. Here I'll say from EMP. It returns the ASCII value of Z, that is 122. But because EMP has 4 rows, it will return 122 4 times. It will return 122 4 times. Did everyone follow?
Can you repeat?
Can you repeat?
I said, when I take ASCII of ename, it will operate on each and every name. It will operate on each and every row. Since I have 4 rows in the table, for each row, it returns the ASCII of ename once. If I select ASCII of Z, character of my choice, I'm giving Z in single quotes. It returns the ASCII value of small z, which happens to be 122. But because I have 4 rows in my table, it will return 122 4 times. If I have 100 rows in EMP, it will return 122 100 times. If I have crores of rows in EMP, it will return 122 crores of times. Tell me over here how to suppress the duplicates.
Distinct.
I can use distinct to suppress the duplicates. Will return the ASCII value of Z once only. Did everyone understand? Is there anyone in your class who has not understood? Please ask me now.
So what if we remove from EMP?
If you remove,
From EMP. From EMP.
it won't work in Oracle. It works in MySQL.
That's what I did, and I got the output.
Yeah. It works in MySQL, but it doesn't work in Oracle.
Oracle. Okay, sir.
And this is one of the rare cases when MySQL is working against the ANSI standards. Because according to ANSI standards, if you're selecting, you should have a table from which you're selecting. कहाँ हवे में से select हो रहा है?
सर अगर एक टेबल
MySQL,
होगा
MySQL is being user friendly. Without from EMP, it works. MySQL is being user friendly, but it's not an ANSI standard. Yes.
सर
Was
मैं
saying?
बोल रहा था कि डिस्टिंक्ट सर फ्रॉम ईएमपी अगर निकाल देंगे और उस डेटाबेस में अगर सब एक से ज्यादा टेबल होंगे तो क्या करेगा फिर? एक टेबल है तो वो रिटर्न कर देगा.
Even if you have 100 tables in your database, select ASCII by itself will work.
Okay, sir.
But the point I want to make is, there are two problems I have with this select statement. The first problem I have with the select statement is, I'm using distinct here. Everyone knows how distinct works internally. Sorting will take place. Sorting will take place in server RAM. And everyone knows that sorting is one operation which will always slow down my select statement. The second problem I'm having here is, it's not a generic select statement. In order for this EMP table, in order for this select statement to work, in order for this select statement to work, I need to create an EMP table. But if I give this select statement to my client should have an EMP table. If my client does not have an EMP table, it will give an error. If my client does not have an EMP table, then just for the sake of this select statement, I'll have to create a dummy EMP table so that this select statement will work. Let's tackle these two problems one by one. This is something I'd like to demonstrate for a minute. Look here. See the screen. I am selecting ename, sal from EMP. I have 14 rows in my table. I can say ename and sal. Output is 14 rows. Let's forget ename for a minute. Let's focus only on sal column. I can select sal from EMP. Output will be the sal column. I have 14 rows in the table. Output will be 14 rows, 14 salaries. Now, when I select sal from EMP, along with sal, we can select sal multiplied by 12. Sal multiplied by 12 is a computed column. It's not a column of EMP, it's a computed column. I will see sal multiplied by 12. But because I have 14 rows, it will come 14 times. Now, if I'm selecting Sal multiplied by 12, I can select 3 multiplied by 12. 3 is not a column of EMP, 12 is not a column of EMP. But if I select 3 into 12, it will multiply 3 and 12. It will return 36. But because I have 14 rows in my table, it returns 14 times. If I can do this, then I can take ASCII of Z also. Returns the ASCII value of Z. It returns 122. But because I have 14 rows in my table, it returns 14 times. Now let's focus on the ASCII function. Forget everything else here. Let's focus on the ASCII function. I'm selecting ASCII of Z. It returns the ASCII value of Z. But because I have 14 rows, it returns 14 times. And as we discussed just now, if you want to suppress the duplicates, how to suppress the duplicates? I can use distinct. It will suppress the duplicates. It returns 122 once only. It returns 122 once only. But as I said, there are two challenges that I'm having with this select statement. Firstly, I'm using distinct here. And secondly, as I said, it's not a generic select statement. In order for this select statement to work, I need to have EMP table. So what can be done? What can be done is, since I'm using MySQL, I can say use MySQL. And what I'll do is I will select this from user. Remember user table, students? User is a system table. It is automatically created when I install MySQL. So I don't have to worry whether this table is present or not. And therefore, I don't have to worry whether this select statement will work or not. It will work anywhere in the world where I have MySQL installed. But the second problem is still persisting. I'm using distinct here. Sorting will take place internally. What if I have 1 million users? Then I have 1 million rows in this table. And therefore, distinct of ASCII of Z, that much sorting has to take place, 1 million rows. To take care of this problem, I can select ASCII of Z from dual. I can select ASCII of Z from dual. Dual is a dummy table. Dual is a system table. This system table is automatically created when I install MySQL. This system table is automatically created when I install Oracle. This system table is present in all the RDBMSs. And what is the speciality of this dual table? The speciality of this dual table is it contains only one row. And because it contains only one row, it will return the ASCII value of Z once only. Concept of dual table. Understood, students? Please note down. Dual is a system table. Dual is a dummy table. Dual, it contains only one row and one column. and it is meant for applications. It is meant for requirements of this type. And this way, if you want to run all your other functions by themselves, if you want to take substring of New Mumbai, 1,3, you select this from dual. You want to do some calculation, 3 multiplied by 12, you select from dual. If you want to give a message on the screen, welcome to CDAC Mumbai, you will type it in single quotes. Just select this string from dual. Are the various ways in which we all can use the dual table. Did you understand, students?
So what will be the output of this? So ये new Mumbai वाला statement.
1,3, I'm using substring.
New.
Starting from first letter, it will extract 3 characters. That's correct. It will return new. Into 12 will return 36. Welcome to CDAC Mumbai. Will return this. If you want, you can give it an alias, call it message. Any questions? Any questions? कितनी queries है वो अपने ऊपर है कितनी लिखनी है.
Sir, what will be the output for these last 2 queries? Select 3 into 12 from the word.
Select 1,3 you are asking?
No, select 3 multiplied 12 from the word.
36. And output of this last one is welcome to CDAC Mumbai.
Okay, okay, got it, sir.
Whatever we have
Complete
selected.
1 row or 1 column will be printed.
Correct, correct. Difference between substring from EMP and substring in dual. Substring on EMP we use if I want to apply substring on some column. For example, ename. And substring from dual I will do if I want to apply substring on some string by itself, which is not a column of the table. Then I'll select from this dummy table, that is dual table. Clear concept of dual. Now, coming back to functions, the opposite of ASCII function is char function. But wait a minute, don't write it, wait a minute. Char function I'm taking care of 65 from dual. Again, I'm using dual table. I'm taking care of 65. This will return the character which corresponds to ASCII value 65. Now, my point is, MySQL is available in multiple languages. When I say that MySQL is available in multiple languages, not only is MySQL available in English, it's available in German, Spanish, French, Italian, Russian, Chinese, Japanese, Korean. Except for Indian languages, it's available in all. If I'm not mistaken, MySQL is available in 41 languages. Let me log in as DC user and have a look. If I say show character set, I'll get to see all the languages that MySQL is available in. As I said, 41 as of now. So there is Chinese, West European, Russian, Central European, Swedish. अब English में भी students, there are two types of English. US English and UK English. In US English, on the keyboard we have dollar symbol. In UK English, on the keyboard you will have the pound symbol. Now my point is, in English, ASCII value 65 means A. But suppose I'm entering my data in Chinese. In Chinese, ASCII value 65 will be some other character, some Chinese letter. In fact, right now what is happening is, in the case of English, one character is 1 byte. But if I'm entering my data in Chinese, one character is 8 bytes. It's known as a multi-byte character. Have you seen a Marathi or Hindi keyboard, students? कभी Xerox सेंटर में वगैरह आपने देखा होगा मराठी कीबोर्ड, हिंदी कीबोर्ड?
Yes, sir.
Some of you have seen. If you haven't seen, then just Google it. Search for Hindi keyboard, Marathi keyboard. Well, my point is, if I have a Marathi keyboard or a Hindi keyboard, one letter occupies 4 bytes of storage. Obviously, if I have a Hindi keyboard or Marathi keyboard, ASCII value 65 will be some other letter. It won't be the letter A, obviously. It will be some Indian character. Chinese is more khatarnak. One character is 8 bytes. Japanese is even more deadly. One character is 16 bytes. Every character in Japanese is like a diagram. Very difficult to write, to read, to learn. In fact, Japanese don't even write from left to right. They write top to bottom. उनके प्रिंटर भी अलग बनते. They do sideways printing. और उससे भी खतरनाक है Arabic. In Arabic, one character is 32 bytes. And in Arabic, they write from right to left, not left to right. My point is, if you look at your keyboard, you see the set of characters on your keyboard, it's known as character set. The set of characters on your keyboard, it's known as character set. So when you use this char function, we need to specify the character set. For Hindi, it's different. For Marathi, it's different. For Chinese, it's different. For English, for US English, the character set is UTF-8. And then only will I get A. Over here, where UTF-8 is the given character set, where UTF-8 is the given character set for US English, else default is binary character set. Oracle is available in 1230 languages. Imagine नहीं कर सकते. Oracle is available in Hindi. Oracle is available in Marathi. Oracle is available in Tamil, Kannada, Bengali, Gujarati, in all the major Indian languages. And by the way, in case there is no misunderstanding, Nikita, when I say that Oracle is available in Marathi, your data will be entered in Marathi. Your select statement you'll have to write in English only. Am I clear? Your data will be inserted in Marathi, but your select statement has to be written in English. Are we clear with char function? And let's do one last function before we take another break.
Yes, sir.
Let's complete character functions. Yes. We have EMP table. We have ename column. There's Arun, there's Bhavesh. Now see here. I can always say select star from EMP. Where ename equal to Arun. See the screen. I'm saying where name equal to Arun. Obviously, I need to know the spelling of Arun in order for me to make this work. Suppose I enter Arun here. ARUUN. Output of this select statement is nothing. The sound is the same. The sound is the same. If you want to make this work, we can always say where soundex of ename equal to soundex of Arun. Soundex of ename equal to soundex of Arun. If the sound is the same, it will work, it will return it. If the sound is the same, it will work, it will return it. Students, how do you think this function is working internally? The only reason our pronunciations are different is because of the vowels. So what this function does is, it removes the vowels from both the strings and then it compares. It removes the vowels from both the strings and then it compares. It's not a very accurate function. So please don't try it for complicated email. Try it for simple names. Try it for Arun. Try it for Amit. It will work for simple names. Don't try it for complicated names. Don't try it for Divyani, Vinayak Rao, English. It's not going to work. Try it for simple names. It simply removes the vowels from both the strings and then it compares, including the letter Y. In USA, Y is a vowel. Not in UK English, but in US English, Y is a vowel. So that's that. Do try it out, students, when you practice later. Done? May I rub this? So that concludes, that completes your character. Let's take a break of 15 minutes. Then I will continue. Can we please stop the recording? Come join me. थोड़ा लेट हो गया. So after seeing the character functions, has she started the recording?
Yes, sir.
So after having seen the character functions, let us now study the number functions. Applicable for number data type. To explain the number functions, let's create a new EMP table. Let's create a new EMP table. In this table, we have a SAL column. Let me insert some values here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 0.567. Okay. So I have EMP table, I have SAL column. Observe how I have declared, I have entered the SAL up to 3-digit decimal. So in MySQL, you will declare sal as float. And if you're using Oracle, you will declare sal number 7,3. You understand? 7 would be total number of digits. 3 are reserved for decimal. The decimal point is not counted in the total bit. It's taken for granted. It's known as implied decimal point. It is taken for granted. It's known as implied decimal point. So let's see the number functions. For starters, let us select round of sal from EMP. I'm selecting round of sal from EMP. Just like the name suggests, it will round off the sal. The output of this is this. Everyone knows how rounding works. You don't have to note down the output, that you can try it later. I have written the output only for explanation. Everyone knows how rounding works. If decimal is equal to 0.5, if decimal is greater than 0.5, then it will add 1 to the whole number. That's what my round function is doing. This function is overloaded. So when I select the round of sal, comma 1 is possible here. What do you think is going to happen here when I say comma 1? Yes, what will comma 1 do?
Round up still one decimal.
That's correct. It will round off your salary up to 1-digit decimal. So the output of this is this. It will round off the sal up to 1-digit decimal. So comma 1 is possible here. Comma 2 is possible here. What will comma 2 do? It will round off the sal 2 digits after decimal. 2 digits after decimal. So what I'm going to get is 0.57. 0.02. You understand? This is just like getting rupees and paise now. This is like getting rupees and paise. It will round off 2-digit decimal. So comma 1, comma 2, all that you can do. If you make a financial software, you go up to 18 and 20-digit decimal. For example, Deloitte. They deal with stock market data on a daily basis. In fact, they are the auditors for Bombay Stock Exchange. So for Bombay Stock Exchange, they go up to 18 and 20-digit decimal because the number is so large. We're talking about 1 lakh crore and 2 lakh crore rupees here. But what will happen, students? What will happen if I say minus 2 here? Bolo, bolo.
Digit will be changed.
Minus 2 में क्या होगा?
Last two.
Round off
Last
to
two
digit.
Second last to be.
मैं बोलूं?
Yes.
So 6,
मैं
7.
बोलूं?
Last two
हाँ,
digits
बोलो।
before
Last two
decimal.
digits. Sir.
Left side till 2 digit.
Yes.
Last two digits.
Left side 2 digit. It will round off 2 digit. Left hand side of decimal point. Output is 1200, 1800, 1400, and 1800. It's rounding off to the nearest 100. It is rounding off to the nearest 100. It's rounding off to the nearest 100. Understand what's happening? 1234 is 1200. 1848 is 1800. But 1375, see, if the salary is 50 and above, if it is 50 and above, it will add 100. That's what it does here. So minus 2 is possible. I can put minus 3 also. It will round off 3 digits. Left hand side, it will round off to the nearest 1000. No? So I'll get 1000, 2000, 1000, 2000. Are we clear? So we can round off on either side of decimal point. In this way, you can round off to the nearest 1000, to the nearest lakh, to the nearest crore. Just put minus 5 there, minus 7 there. It will round off to the nearest lakh, to the nearest crore. Since we are working in MySQL, the next function, let me show you in MySQL. Truncate sal comma 0. Truncate sal comma 0. This will truncate the salary. What does truncate do, students? It will remove the decimal. It will remove the decimal. This will remove the decimal. This will remove the decimal. How is this different from a round function? Unlike the round function, it won't check if decimal is equal to 0.5, greater than 0.5. It simply truncates it. It removes the decimal. The practical use. See, practical use of round function I need not explain. You will require it in so many places. You round off the sal, you round off the amount, you round off the commission. But the practical use of truncate, it is used in date calculations. क्या समझे? If some girl says that she is 17 and a half years old, she is not counted as 18 yet. 17 years and 6 months. Are you getting me? If some boy says that he is 20 and a half years old, we will not consider him as 21. It is 20 years and 6 months. So it is used in date calculations and it is used in time calculations. So if I tell CDAG that I taught you for 3 hours, 45 minutes, does not mean that I can give a bill of 4 hours. I will have to raise a bill of 3 hours only.
Sir,
It's
can you
easy.
check the conversion of float value to integer?
When I convert float to integer, Himanshu, we normally round it off. ठीक है ना? नहीं तो घाटा हो गया ना? If I truncate it. So when I convert float to integer, we usually round it off. Some more stuff I'll tell you about truncate function. Comma 1, comma 2 is possible here. If I say comma 1, what happens? It will truncate 1 digit after decimal. Output is this. Comma 1, comma 2 is possible here. 2 digit after decimal. 0.56. 0.01. 0.61. 0.15. And what will happen if I put -2 here? What will happen if I put -2 here? It will truncate 2 digits, left hand side of decimal. It will truncate 2 digits, left hand side of decimal. Anirudh, just see the screen. Anirudh, 1 minute. When I put -2 here, it will truncate 2 digits, left hand side of decimal. 1200, 1800, 1300. With round, what was happening? 1375 gave me 1400, isn't it? But this will remain at 1300. So that flexibility we have, we can truncate on either side of decimal's point. लेकिन मेरे को एक बात नहीं समझी आपके वीडियो में, ये मॉर्निंग स्टार का क्या कनेक्शन है?
हाँ सर, वो इनॉग्रेशन के टाइम पे मॉर्निंग स्टार के सीटीओ आए थे, तो देवा मैं जस्ट ये यूज करना चाहता था कि सीधा वाले उनका फ्रेंड वो है, तो आप भी बोलते हो मेरा फ्रेंड तो पीयूष गोयल है, ऐसा.
अच्छा. And the other reference I didn't get was मेरे पास कांचन है. What is कांचन? That IBM वाली?
नो सर, वो ऐसा नहीं था. उसका एक्चुअल मीन था कि वो आपको कुछ बोलने नहीं दे रहे और आपको सडनली आप बोलना स्टार्ट कर देते और रुकते नहीं है.
यानी whether it makes sense or not, I keep talking.
नो सर, नॉट एट ऑल लाइक दैट, बट ऐसे ही कुछ तो.
ठीक है. तो ये हो गया truncate. Now, since we are studying Oracle side by side, in Oracle, what they have done is, instead of truncate function, we have trunc function. वो function के name को भी truncate कर दिया. Trunc is short form for truncate. ये है व्यंग्य. This is known as satire. See, inside every programmer, एक पोएट छिपा हुआ रहता है. And how do you express yourself within your program, within your coding? This is what Oracle has done. You'll find this in lots of places in Oracle. There is a hidden meaning behind so many things. Truncate है ना, तो truncate को trunk कर दो. In fact, in Oracle, this comma 0 is also optional. This comma is needed only if I want to put comma 1 or comma 2. Are you getting me? So I have a round function, I have a truncate function. The remaining functions are again all common to MySQL and Oracle. Try not to get confused as students. एक minor छोटा मोटा differences are there in Oracle MySQL. Other than that, by and large, everything is common. हाँ, ये है कि Oracle is more advanced. Oracle is more advanced. So if MySQL has one command, Oracle has 30 commands. If Oracle is 1.5 lakhs, Oracle is 45 lakhs. But whatever is there in MySQL that will work in Oracle, वो तो सवाल ही नहीं. Except for minor differences which I'm pointing out. Moving on. Note down the next one. Select seal of SAL from EMP. Seal is short form for sealing. Seal is short form for sealing. What does the sealing function do? If there is any value at all in decimal, it will add 1 to the whole number. If there is any value at all in the decimal, then it will add 1 to the whole number. So the output of this is 1235, 1849, 1376, 1753. Are you understanding? How is it different from round? Unlike the round function, it won't bother to check if decimal is equal to 0.5 or greater than 0.5. Even if 0.1 is there, it will add 1 to the whole number. Even if 0.01 is there, it will add 1 to the whole number. The practical use of this. What is the practical use of this, students? Remember to ask me every day for every command. And do that in all your technologies. What is the practical use? This is used in bill payments, isn't it? If your mobile bill is 300 rupees 10 paisa, what do? Do you pay 300 or do you pay 301? You'll always pay a bit extra. 90 paisa extra देंगे. It's used in bill payments. It's used in interest calculation. EMI payments. So many uses for ceiling function. And since we have a ceiling function, we have a floor function also. Just like Rohit was saying, L trim है तो R trim है, L pad है तो R pad है, ceiling है तो floor है. Yes, Nitin.
Sir, why ceiling function is used instead of roundup?
बिल पेमेंट में यही होता है ना. Suppose your mobile bill is 500 rupees and 10 paisa. What do you do? Do you pay 501 or do you pay 500? We pay 501. Na? Even if 10 paisa is there, we pay 90 paisa extra.
Yeah.
That is the difference between ceiling and round. For round, what happens? It has to be, decimal has to be equal to 0.5 or greater than 0.5. Here, even if 0.1 is there, I'm going to add 1 to the whole number. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Floor function. Floor is same as truncate here. What does floor do? It removes the decimal. It's a totally useless function. It's a totally redundant function. So what does floor do? It removes the decimal and returns the lower number. It removes the decimal and returns the lower number. It is same as truncate here. It is same as truncate. In fact, in the truncate function, remember students, we can specify the digits also. Comma 1, comma 2 is possible with truncate. That's not possible with floor. So in that respect, I believe it's a pretty redundant function. The option has been kept just to maintain the symmetry of language. हिमांशु, हर चीज में बैलेंस होना चाहिए. एल ट्रिम है तो आर ट्रिम है, एल पैड है तो आर पैड है, सीलिंग है तो फ्लोर है, अल्कोहल है तो छाछ भी पी रहे. बैलेंस होना चाहिए हर चीज. हर चीज में बैलेंस होना चाहिए. But I can tell you one slight difference between truncate and floor function. It makes a difference if you have a negative number. See, if I truncate 3.6, 0 and if I floor 3.6, there is no difference. But if I truncate negative 3.6, 0 and if I floor negative 3.6, there is a difference. Man.
Yes.
अभी इससे आगे मत जाना.
नहीं नहीं sir.
मैं भूल जाता हूँ कि मैं बच्चों के सामने बैठा हूँ. कंपनी में कुछ भी चलता है, फीडबैक में थोड़ा शरीफ बनना पड़ता है. ऊपर से रिकॉर्ड कर रहे हैं आप लोग. Otherwise, you should see me when I'm in free flow.
रिकॉर्डिंग भी हम ही देखते हैं सर. ऐसे ही पढ़ने में मजा आता है.
हाँ, लेकिन रिकॉर्डिंग में क्या होता है कि वो सीडैक के सर्वर में है, तो वो कभी भी ऑडिट हो सकता है और बाद में एफआईआर निकलेगा मेरे नाम पे. आशा का दुरुपयोग किया. चलो, So how is truncate different from floor?
The float will return -4.
Truncate में क्या हो रहा है? When I truncate 3.6, it removes the decimal, I'll get 3. यहाँ तक सब ठीक है कायदे से. When I float
-3 हुआ या +3
3.6,
हुआ?
एक मिनट, वो भाव बोलते हैं ना, सबर करो. When I float 3.6, it removes the decimal, it goes for the lower number, which is 3 again, which is fine. But when you truncate the negative 3.6, as I said, truncate removes the decimal, I'll get -3. But if you float negative 3.6, it removes the decimal, it goes for the lower number. In this case, it is -4. You understood the difference, Himanshu? Minor differences there between truncate and float. It matters for negative number. Otherwise, truncate is the more powerful layer. I can specify digits also. धक्का मुक्की. काफी रंगीन बैच है ये. Let's move on quickly. Select sign of -15 from do. Sign of -15. This has got nothing to do with trigonometric sign. वो साइन कोसाइन वाला साइन नहीं है ये. -15 is a negative number, no? So this returns -1. Since it's a negative number, it returns -1. So what does the sign function return? If number is negative, it returns -1. If number is positive, it returns +1. And if number is equal to 0, then it returns 0. These are the three likely outputs of sign function. So if you were to ask me the practical use, if you want to check if number is positive or negative, check if number is positive or negative. How to do that? You select sign. You select sign. Check if number is positive or negative. You will select sign. Can you give me 10 uses of sign function, students, one by one?
Temperature sign.
Very good. I can take sign of temperature. If it's below 0, then समझ लो. If it's 0, then any other? Yes? Sensex. Okay. Sensex.
Profit
Stock
loss.
market.
Voltage.
Blood group.
Voltage. And
Pressure.
Profit loss.
Blood group.
blood group. And
Sir,
Pressure.
corona report. Positive, negative.
positivity, you mean you refer to medical test or something? Medical report, is that what you're saying?
Bank balance.
Bank balance. I hope your bank balance is positive.
Profit
And we
and
have one
loss.
more. Yeah, profit and loss. Example, how to check if I have profit or loss? You know, selling price minus cost price. If I get 1, it means profit. If I get -1, it means loss. If I get 0, no profit, no loss. Not bad. We got 9 uses.
Distance and displacement.
Distance and displacement. I don't know what that means, but we'll write it. Displacement. So we got some good uses and some sad uses. कुछ बीमारी वाले uses, public temperature, blood group, pressure, medical report. Huh? But let me give you one use from my side, students. Suppose you have two unknown numbers, X and Y. Try to understand what I'm doing here. I have two unknown numbers, X and Y. I don't know the value of X. I don't know the value of Y. For example, maybe X is 10, maybe Y is 20. We don't know. I want to find out which is the greater of the two numbers. How to find out which is the greater of the two numbers? You will take sine of X minus Y. If we get 1, it means X is greater. If we get -1, it means Y is greater. If we get 0, it means X is equal to Y. That's an important use, students. To find greater of two numbers. Remember this use. Whenever I'm dealing with two unknown numbers, and if I want to find out which is the greater of them, remember this use. We're going to need it tomorrow. And tomorrow I'm going to ask you. Himanshu, tomorrow I'm going to ask you how to find out greater of two numbers. Your answer will be sine function. So we got a dozen uses for sine function. You know, this is known as lateral thinking. This is known as lateral thinking. As a database developer, if you want to be successful, you should develop your skills in lateral thinking. Aptitude वगैरह वो तो सब चलता ही है, but try to be creative. Always think about practical use for every command, for every function. If you're interested, there is a good book on lateral thinking by Ayn Rand. I strongly suggest you purchase it and buy it. It will help you throughout your career to think creatively also. It's a skill which needs to be worked on. Not everyone is creative, but we can develop the skill. The best book I've come across on lateral thinking. No problem. So that was your sine function. Moving on. We have a mod function, 9,5. mod function 9 comma 5. I'm sure you know what this function will do. 9 divided by 5. It's going to return 4. It's going to return 4. I think in your Java programming, all you Java people, सब Java वाले हैं इधर. I think in Java you use the percentage operator, your modulus operator. Unlike your Java programming, which only works with integer, your mod function, it works with float also. I can take mod of 8.22, comma 2.2. It's also possible. So 8.22 divided by 2.2, it will give me the remainder. I'll get 1.62. So mod function हो गया. Let's complete them. Next we have square root. I'm selecting from dual. Next is square root. Returns the square root. It only works for positive number. It won't work for negative number. If you try square root for negative number, this gives an error. So I suggest that you please use your sign function first. Check if number is positive or negative before you apply square root. Next we have power 10 comma 3. Power 10 comma 3. What will 10 comma 3 return? 10 raised to 3. 10 raised to 3. I'll get 1000. Just now we saw square root, but there's no function for cube root. If you want to find out the cube root, with the help of power function, you can take 1 by 3 here. You can put 1 by 3 here. Don't put -3. This is not algebra. This is MySQL. Put 1 by 3 here. So 10 raised to 1 by 3 is going to return the cube root. In this way, you can find out square root, cube root, fourth root, and other roots. There's nothing much to explain here. Let's just complete the remaining few. ABS, short form for absolute value. ABS is short form for absolute value. It will always return a positive number. Will always return a positive number. That's your absolute value. So when you operate square root now, पहले absolute value ले लो. Even if number is negative, you take absolute value. And then you can concat I or something for imaginary root. The remaining functions sine, cos, and tan. These are your trigonometric functions. The usage, same as all the other functions. You select sine of sal from EMP, or you select sine of something from dual. Sine of sal from EMP, or sine of something from dual. In all these cases, your data should be in radians, not degrees. Your data should be in radians, or at least MySQL is going to assume that it is radians. If your data is in degrees, you know what to do. If data is in degrees, take pi by 180. If data is in degrees, take pi by 180, 22 divided by 7 divided by 180, and convert your degrees to radians. And you can note down the last two functions. I'll explain it. Ln of y, this is natural log. Ln of y is natural log. So this is going to return log of y to the base e. Fair enough. And the last one, log of n comma m, it's going to return log of m to the base n. And you can use them in your select statement. All right, students. And that completes the list. That concludes the list. That's all we have in number functions. No problem. Done, students. Shall we call it a day? Shall we stop for today?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I'll just give you your assignments, what you can do now. You can solve assignments 1 to 6 in Oracle, and you can solve exercises 1 to 3 in MySQL. In exercise 3, just leave the last problems. Leave the last 2 questions. They are based on topic which has not been covered. So these last 2 questions, exercise 3, you can attempt after tomorrow's session. And one general purpose problem I'll give you for MySQL. Write a select statement. Display the e-names in it cap. You understood the question? We don't have init cap function in MySQL, no? Init cap is there in Oracle. It's not there in MySQL, but it's an important function. It is needed. You know what the logic will be. You'll require upper and lower and substring also. You'll require substring also. So try it out. If you can't solve it, I'll share the solution with you. Second problem, again, MySQL only. Write the select statement. Display the e-names, center justified. This question was asked earlier by, I think, Himanshu. I want to see the name center justified in the center of the screen.
Okay, sir.
You know, in MS Word and all, we have options, no? Left, right, center. You can assume the screen width as 40 characters. I want to see the e-name center justified with stars on left-hand side and right-hand side. Why I'm saying stars? So that we can check the accuracy. We can check the correctness of your select statement. So I'll tell you exactly what my expectation is in this problem. Excuse me. Assuming that screen width is 40 characters. ये देखिए. Let's assume that this is your screen. Let's assume that this is your screen. The screen width is 40 characters. Now I'll tell you what my expectation is from all of you. If the e-name is Amit, let's start with an easy one. If e-name is Amit, how many characters is Amit? 4 characters. How much is 40 minus 4? 36.
36.
Half of 36? 18. So I want 18 stars on left hand side and 18 stars on right hand side. Clear? Now, suppose your name is Nikita. Nikita is 6 characters. 40 minus 6 is 34. Half of 34 is 17. So I want 17 stars on left hand side and 17 stars on right hand side. ये भी ठीक है. Problem कहाँ पे आएगा? Suppose the name is Rohit. Now Rohit is 5 letters. How much is 40 minus 5? 35. What is half of 35? 17 and a half. I cannot have 17 and a half stars. So in this situation, you put 17 stars on left and 18 stars on right. You understood? Here you truncate, right hand side you round it. This is what I expect. You solve it, you try it out. Do it on your own, please. Don't go to google.com. Apply your intelligence. And yes, one last one. Again in MySQL, display the e-names with the vowels removed. Now I'll tell you what is my expectation here. If the name is Himanshu, when I say that I want the vowels removed, output should be H, M, N, SH. I don't want to see a blank space here. Huh? I don't want to see a blank space here. No, when I say remove, I mean remove. If your name is Dishi, what should be the output? DSH. If name is Wasim, what should be the output? BSM. Display the e-names with the vowels removed. Try it out. The answer is there in your notebook. Now you apply your logic and see how to solve this. Use whichever function you want. Use replace, use translate, do what you want.
कैपिटल लेटर होगा तो सर उसके ASCII वैल्यू से कंपेयर करेंगे उसको और प्रिंट करेंगे.
वो आपके ऊपर है ना लॉजिक. अभी मैं क्या बोलूं? You try it. You try it. We have replace function, no? Remove A, remove T, remove I, remove O, remove. You'll require a nested replace. The hint I'm giving you. That's it. Done. We'll stop here today, students. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
And I'll see you tomorrow, 2 o'clock.
So,
Yes.
actually, I had doubt regarding Oracle SQL command prompt. So, whenever I log, basically,
We can stop the recording. Excuse me. We can stop